Good morning, and welcome to the May 20th School Board of Manatee County special meeting. I want to officially call it to order. If you guys will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, we don't have it on the agenda, but I still want to do that. And join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, item number 2 on the agenda is public comment. We've got 6 public commenters signed up to speak. For those of you, there looks like some new names. So for those of you who have not spoken to us previously, screen above you will be the time clock for the 3 minutes. It'll count down till you hear a ding if you go all 3 minutes. And that'll be your 3 minutes to speak. Board policy, we don't interact with the speaker at the podium. So if you're asking questions, we're not being rude by not answering. That's just part of our policy is to not answer the speaker at the podium. All right, so let's get started with public comment. First is Robin Williams, followed by Mary Foreman. Robin Williams?
She's not in the house. She might be late or in the parking lot, but she's not in the house.
All right, Mary Foreman?
Good morning, Superintendent Wysong, board members. I'm Mary Foreman, former school board member. 6 months ago, when I ended my last board meeting with 2 words, stay boring. Why? Because boring means stable. It means people trust you. It means qualified professionals want to work here. And it means voters feel confident enough to support the future millage renewals. But here we are. 6 months later. How did we get here? Dr. Wysong, after 1 year, had glowing evaluations. So I ask, has he really gotten worse? Or is he being forced out for doing what this board hired him to do? Follow the law, follow policy, and make tough calls. The real breakdown began when the board stopped following those same rules. State law is clear. The board sets policy, the superintendent implements it. A competent superintendent doesn't cave to pressure. He empowers principals, follows due process, and sticks to the rules. For the board, those same rules mean not overriding discipline and investigation procedures, not stepping in to protect friends, directing families to the proper process, not airing private grievances publicly. Follow policy 0169.1, which prohibits student-specific issues in public comments, and respecting policy 0122.1, which reminds us that individual board members have no authority outside this official session. So no, one board member demanding resignations isn't just inappropriate, it's an abusive position. If you're considering firing the superintendent for following the very same policies you approved, then what is the message you're sending? That rules only apply when they're convenient? Ask yourselves, is the issue the policy or the person enforcing it? If it's the policy, change it. If it's communication, fix it. Do the work. Communication goes both ways. Perhaps the master board training shouldn't have been cut short after half a day. But to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to replace a competent, experienced superintendent with someone more comfortable, that's not just wasteful, it's reckless. The superintendent did his job. I wish I could say the same about this board. It's time to get back to boring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Aaron, followed by Mitchell Pearl.
Good morning, board members.
Morning.
Superintendent Wysong. My name is Dr. Barbara Aaron, and I am a resident of Manatee County and a veteran educator. I have been a classroom teacher, a district administrator, and a university professor preparing future educators. In those roles, I have worked for and with many school district superintendents, and I can tell you honestly and without reservation that our superintendent is one of the best. As a community member who is committed to public education and concerned about our children and adolescents in Manatee County, I have observed and interacted with Dr. Wysong on many occasions. On several of those occasions, I have thought to myself, boy, would I have loved to work under him. He has consistently demonstrated good communication with the community. I find him to be forthright and transparent, always willing to listen to the concerns of the community, and most importantly, respond to them with action. He has put into motion many needed changes in our school district, surrounding himself with top-notch staff to get the jobs done. That is no small feat. To lose the momentum we have by letting Dr. Wysong go now would be a travesty and would do harm to our children and adolescents who have to be our main concern. Regarding the issue at hand, no matter how disturbing we find the letter in question, it would have been unconscionable for Dr. Wysong to recommend firing the teacher while the investigations were still going on. Had that occurred, I would have come before you to rail against the violation of the teacher's due process rights. I do not want a superintendent who flaunts those rights, and we don't have one. So I ask you on behalf of our children and adolescents who need the leadership that Dr. Wysong provides to continue the very positive trajectory our district is on, and on behalf of the community who needs a superintendent who will work with us, as Dr. Wysong has, to retain Dr. Jason Wysong as our superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mitchell Pearl, followed by Sheila Schifrin. Hopefully you pronounced that right.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mitchell Pearl. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, and my opinions are only mine. There are many honors that we give in education, but in my opinion, the biggest honor that we can give somebody is naming a school after them. For decades, this county has honored our educators by naming schools after individuals who have shown dedication to our community, our students, and our district. Jesse P. Miller, Martha B. King, Gene Witt, Dan Nolan, Ida Stewart, and Barbara Harvey, just to name a few. Maybe someday, somebody in this room will have a school named after them. The point I would like to make today is, no matter what happens today, no matter who the superintendent is today, tomorrow, or a year from now, I hope it will be somebody that will live up to the honor that our former educators have, and that we can name a school after them one day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila Schifrin, followed by Betty Sales Rhodes.
I'm Sheila Schifrin. I'm a retired educator from Illinois and Texas. I live in Lakewood Ranch. So I wasn't totally aware of the Florida Sunshine Laws, and I looked it up, and it says, it ensures transparency in government operations, including schools. This law requires that meetings of boards and commissions, including school boards, be open to the public with reasonable notice given, and that minutes are taken. My understanding is that this was posted Friday afternoon, and in the media, they call that the Friday afternoon media dump. And I am also aware that until a private citizen notified the media, they had no idea that this meeting was taking place. So that was Friday afternoon. Again, I'm retired. I can jump over here because I don't have anything else going on, but parents that are working, teachers that are teaching, they don't have an opportunity to come here and express an opinion. So I am asking that this meeting be moved so that the stakeholders, the parents, the teachers, students, and other community members have an opportunity to come and discuss Dr. Wysong. I have not had the pleasure of meeting him, but my understanding is that the metrics are, good, and that he's a good leader. So my concern is that this meeting was rushed and that working parents, teachers, et cetera, didn't have an opportunity to get here, and the media just had one day to publish it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Betty Sales Rhodes, followed by John Cohenson. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
To the board, good morning to the board members and to the superintendent. What I got to say, he is doing a good job, because if he wasn't, you would have been seeing a lot of stuff here. And I know he is a nice guy. I don't know what came up or who did it, but I tried to look at Channel 9 when someone called me, say something about the spur or some had on the, something about the superintendent. But listen, the ones who was here, y'all better remember what happened at Palm View. Now, and then you trying to get something where this superintendent is doing what is right. But what you all should be doing with the superintendent, increase administration and teacher diversity. That's what you need to do. Require bias training for all staff and any security or police officer here. And invest in school-based mental health, like school counselors, social work, and psychologists. Use their help when making policy, instead of bringing up a good superintendent that did a wonderful job for Manatee County. Now, just like before me who spoke, I would have never knew this was going on till someone gave me a call. And that's why I'm up here. Because, you know, sometimes we got too many chiefs and not enough Indians on the force. So you all need to make up your mind. Just because something happened, I don't know, but I'm going to stay here to see why Dr. Winstar is brought up for something that everybody's given a chance. You can't go and fire a person unless you have the whole story. You know that, don't you? Schultz, you know it, right? You know it, Kennedy know it, Tatum know it, Spear, and Bell. Y'all know that. So how are you all gonna let one board member or whatever come to you all to tell you all something what Dr. Winstar is doing good? You gotta use your own judgment. If you do something wrong, you want to be heard, not just fired because somebody say something. Then you got to get to that point to fire that. When you fire someone, you got to come in front of the board, right? And you all got to say, they fired. So, you know, you need to use your own judgment. You know, and like they say, we should have had enough time for other people to be here to speak on behalf of the superintendent. You had a bung up meeting and did bring back memories to me of what some of you staff members did to my alma mater, to Lincoln. Supposed to be in a special meeting, then you came up with something else. So you all need to think about what you all are doing. And don't let one person come and tell you this and that, because you can't fire somebody right on the spot. He got to do his investigation and then bring it to you all. And you all got to be the one to say he fired and bring it to the school board attorney. You just can't go and say you fired because somebody said something. That's all I got to say. But you will be seeing me up here because some things you all doing is not right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, is it Cohenson? Hokinson. And then it's followed by Suzanne Wright.
Board, Dr. Wysong. I sat outside for a minute and I prayed because I didn't want to come in here and just go crazy. I'm not going to be as eloquent as the people before me because I really didn't do a lot of preparation. I've been a business person in Manatee County for 25 years. I've had thousands of employees. I've really felt that I treated all of them fairly, and they all got a fair shake from me. So 3 years ago, and I really didn't give a rat's ass what happened in Manatee County schools for the majority of it, because I didn't have any kids. So 3 years ago, I became a foster parent. And that was an awakening. So he went to Mona Jane. And there are some board members that have gotten my emails on this topic because I spent 100 hours in Mona Jane that first year, and it was hell. He was dragged in the bathroom on video and beaten, and nothing was done. Nothing was done by the school board, nothing was done by sheriffs, and it was there to see. You know, it was terrible. And you know what, I'm just starting to get a little bit upset just about that. And then I found out how corrupt the school system was in Manatee County and all the allegations of mismanagement and everything that went with it. And I said, you know what? This is about the administration of the county doing things for their own personal benefit. I said, okay, I got it. I see. So you know what? When things started to happen, I went to all the meetings and I spoke at all the meetings. And I said how I felt, because I needed to protect my child. And I should have been protecting everybody else's by watching some of this before, but I didn't. So with that being said, when the vote came on this, I made my comment that Dr. Wysong was the right choice, because you need to bring someone in from the outside to make changes that can't be made from the inside because everybody's too close. So he has my 100% support. I will tell you, the first day of grade 9 for my child, the comment from the principal was, everybody will stand up and do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag in the schools every day from now on. That's mandated by Dr. Wysong. This is the kind of integrity, and everybody else has spoken, and everybody else is correct as far as due process. If you are firing someone for cause, I'm all for that. If you want to present cause to us, the parents, you need to do that. Because I'm going to tell you that if you think that I'm going to go away, I was pretty happy before this meeting, but I am not going to go away. And I'm really, really disappointed that we would even be having this meeting. What I want you to do is I want you to vote to extend his contract 5 years today. That's what I want you to do, because I think that would be the right move. And if you're not willing to do that, you should have a public meeting at nighttime when all the parents can do it. Do it down at the convention center, and we'll all go there, and you can explain to all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Suzanne Wright? Suzanne Wright? I'll go back up to Robin Williams. No? All right, that concludes our public comment for this meeting. Thank you all who did that. So brings us to our item for new business, which is discussion of the superintendent's contract. I'll just start, how did we get here, why did we get here, and just kind of go through that real quick. So there's been some questions obviously on that. So our last board meeting in April, about a week or so after, Superintendent and I sat down and he was gauging support from the board members themselves. I expressed my aptitude of moving to something different and making a change. About a week or so went by. I believe he was evaluating from board members, you know, what were thoughts were, etc. And then Mr. Dye received a phone call from his attorney, and then we met again, and we're discussing how do we move forward with this? What's the best way to move forward? Some of the questions on the meeting this morning and not this evening or at another public time. We didn't want it to be at a public meeting where we've got great celebrations for kids, etc. going on. Not public meeting, excuse me, but a actual business meeting, because it takes away from the things that are happening there. So we felt like a special meeting by itself was appropriate. Why did we feel like today, Tuesday? We spoke about it on Thursday, wanting to put a release out on Thursday. I think the superintendent wanted to be able to relay that to his staff, so we waited till Friday to do that. Graduations were done, so we went through the graduation season, and we felt like if and I know I did, if I felt like if we didn't have it this morning, it would have been brought up this evening at the meeting, which is what we didn't want. We wanted to prevent. So that is why we're doing it this way. I respect everybody's opinions and comments. This is not an easy situation. I told Dr. Weissong this is not an easy situation. I think he's a great person. I think he's a very smart individual. For me, and I collaborate later on, but for me, I think it's in need of a change at the top in leadership. So obviously we want to hear from all the board members, but I'm going to put out there just because I know the appetite potentially, from the Dr. Weissong and I'll get to Mr. Dye here in a minute with legal opinion. But I'd ask for the board to have a motion to terminate the superintendent's contract without cause effective May 20th, 2025. And if we have a motion in a second, we can discuss that and get everybody's thoughts on this contract. And we are on Granicus. So if we have a motion on that in a second, we can move forward. Or if it drops and we can discuss. So it's up to you.
You gonna make the motion?
No, I would just make the motion a little bit differently, but for the sake of discussion, I'll be the mover. So moved, as stated by the chair.
I'll second.
So we got a motion in a second. We can amend some things. Mr. Dye, I'm going to turn to you because obviously doing this has, we have a contract put in place. So if you could just explain the contract, explain kind of what's been done so far, we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, board,
Morning.
Dr. Weissong, staff. Can y'all hear me all right? Picking up? Okay. So Dr. Weissong's on a 3-year contract that is 2 years in, so there's 1 year remaining in his contract. He's a contract employee. Dr. Weissong and the board attorney are the 2 employees that the board hires by contract. The contract was negotiated with his attorney, Lady Marie Sneed, and she actually contacted me when I think Dr. Weissong learned that he was losing confidence by a majority of the board members. So she contacted me to collaboratively work on a separation. The original contract does provide for early termination. So it's one of the sections of the contract does allow early termination by both the superintendent or by the board. The early termination requires 90-day notice, and there's termination with cause, which does not require 90-day notice. Termination without cause, which does, and then there's resignation by the board, by the superintendent, which does require a 90-day notice. So in this case, Ms. Sneed and I viewed it as a potential termination without cause. And we worked on a written understanding, which is in the form of a amendment to his contract. And with termination without cause, the superintendent's entitled to a severance payment. That's not provided for cause and not provided with resignation. The severance payment is 20 weeks of full compensation, that's the limit by Florida statute. And with the 90-day notice, that allows another 90 days of compensation as well. because it's 90-day notice before the end of employment. So, so under the termination without cause, that's the compensation that Dr. Wysong is entitled to receive. So to address the immediate change, if that's what the board votes to do, to address the immediate change to a interim or even a permanent successor superintendent and not wait 90 days. The contract, there's in this amendment to the contract, it proposes where Dr. Wysong would remain an employee for 3 more months and be compensated for the 3 months, that's the 90 days, and would be given a temporary position, no longer superintendent, but would be a basically a consultant, transitional consultant is how I framed it, and would be employed for 90 more days with the district at the full compensation of the superintendent, and be his job would be to assist the new superintendent or the interim superintendent for a smooth transition. And he would work remotely, but be available to meet in person when needed. And if he were to become re-employed with a new position during that 90 days, then that 90 days would end at that point where he was re-employed with another employer. And then that would trigger the severance. So the severance payment happens at the end of his employment. So if the employment's made shorter by he getting re-employed, he would then be entitled to the severance payment early. So the full 90 days running, the last day of employment would be August 18th. And his contract in this amendment is also modified to delete some of the superintendent-specific benefits, such as certain travel, attending conferences, matters such as that. And this has all been negotiated and agreed to by Dr. Wysong and negotiated by his attorney. So, but he would get his full compensation, and I want to emphasize that. So that's what I've been working on. So it's there. If the board moves forward, you have this already pre-negotiated with Dr. Wysong and his attorney. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Board members, we're using Granicus, so please request to speak whenever you're ready to ask questions to Mr. Dye or to speak in general. Let me refresh this. I saw some people reach towards mouses, but I don't see any requests to speak.
I'm going to speak.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll speak.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Bray. I don't know what. Let me sign that and sign back.
Do you have somebody ahead of me?
No, I didn't have any requests to speak, so go ahead.
Okay. I know there's a lot of people here and a lot of people watching out there. For every email that I've gotten in support of Dr. Wysong, I've gotten verbal people saying just the opposite. Some people are afraid to come forward and say how they feel. To me, this wasn't a matter of firing somebody against policy. There's other options that could have been taken, that could have been within our policies for Dr. Wysong to do. And to me, it's not just about one particular case. And I've had a conversation with Dr. Wysong, and my I ended my conversation with him saying that to find a graceful exit. If this is what he came up with his attorney and with our attorney as a graceful exit, I'm gonna respect that. And it sounds like that's what has taken place. I don't know what the other board members feel. All I know is there are certain policies and procedures that we try to follow. And as I said on August 29th, don't be afraid to do the right thing. And that's still the way I feel. Don't be afraid to do the right thing, and I'm gonna follow my own advice on doing what I feel is right. And I want to reiterate, this is just not about staff related. This goes deeper than that for me, and I will not go into the details on what that is. I have a whole stack of issues that have bothered me, but I don't know what the other board members feel. So I've just kind of kept them to myself and just have been going along, and I've made recommendations that never came forward to the board. I mean, it is what it is, in my opinion. If this is the graceful exit that he chooses to take, I'm willing to accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm still not getting any requests to speak, so. I know, Mr. Tatum, I saw your hand go, so.
Mr. Taylor, go ahead. Go first.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I didn't want to get into the meat of this yet. I just wanted to focus on the legal question, and I just wanted to ask Mr. Dye. My intention today is I am sensitive to a couple of the criticisms. Let me just start with this. I'm sensitive to the criticism of the timing of this meeting and the time of day at which it's being held. That's a legitimate, valid criticism. The chair has already mentioned some of the circumstances that led to that. And no, this is not ideal timing for public notice or time of day for maximum public participation. But we certainly have had voluminous communication from the public via email and phone. I've spent more time on the phone in the past 72 hours than I probably have in all of 2025 combined. And so I just don't, yes, there are valid criticisms, but I don't want the perception to be out there that this is the only opportunity for public input. There has been plenty of public input from my perspective, and up until this morning when I left my house to come here, I was still responding to emails. But let me jump back, and in the interest of transparency, when my time comes, I will go in, because I owe it to people, I owe it to the community, I think we all do, to explain exactly how and why we got here. Because if there is no information, then the rumor mill fills the void. And so I want to provide only my perspective. Anything I say here today is I'm only speaking for myself as one board member. But I will get back to that when the time is right shortly here. Mr. Dye, we, again, in the interest of transparency, and to Mrs. Spray's point, yesterday we had a conversation about what I was after, because from the beginning, when I first spoke to Dr. Wysong 2.5 weeks ago, and I think it is appropriate for a board member to speak to their superintendent about dissatisfaction with their job performance. I don't think that's out of bounds. I think that's part of my role as a board member. I'll get back to that in a second, though. But from the first time I talked to Dr. Wysong, I said to him, I believe our time is coming to an end. but I would like us to separate from each other in a way that puts you in your best position to move forward to your next position, because he does have strengths that I will acknowledge when I go through my story. And I've heard from, multiple public commenters. We've gotten emails from principals, teachers, which for me carry great weight. I have come from inside the school district back to the board again, and anytime we get an email from a teacher or a principal, it weighs on me. And their emails have been consistent in the culture that the superintendent has created here. It's much different from previous superintendents. It's these are my words, I'm paraphrasing, there's a freedom that is felt on campuses to do your jobs. And that has weighed on me too. But I'm digressing already, I apologize. So in the interest of a positive exit for Dr. Wysong's next position, if we do end up separating our relationship today, as of yesterday, I asked Attorney Dye, could we still do a severance package, but classify it as a resignation? And Mr. Dye, could you share if you think it's appropriate, or would that fall under attorney-client?
No, I can speak on that.
Okay, thank you. If you would for a few minutes.
Yeah, so the negotiation with Dr. Weissong's attorney was based on following the four corners of his agreement. So the methodology was of a separation was termination without cause, because that gives Dr. Weissong the most benefits, most severance benefits. And there was really no discussion of trying to phrase it as a resignation. A resignation in the contract does not have nearly the severance benefits.
Are there any? Is there the possibility for any severance benefits under a resignation?
It's just unused. It's unused vacation and.
Okay, so the board has no ability to create a severance package other than what's in the.
Well, I'll get to that.
Okay.
It's possible to do a custom drafted separation agreement. And that would be similar to what is proposed under the contract, where you simply, I haven't had time to think about it, to be honest. And I didn't want to, the last thing you want to do is alter what both sides have negotiated and have agreed to, right?
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah. And my understanding you're happy with. So it would start down a new path, what you're talking about, of trying to come to terms with a new agreement.
Yeah.
That's really the same thing, I think, but just using the term resignation rather than termination without cause.
Okay.
It's really semantics, because I think Dr. Weissong would still want the same benefit package that he's getting.
Okay.
And you still need in order for him to get the 90 days, he still needs to be employed. So.
Which is how we arrived at
Yes.
the severance package plus an additional 90 days of pay
Correct. Yes.
for this kind of hybrid role as described. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
It does, thank you. Thank you, sir. Chad, I'll pass the floor for now.
I would prefer, if it would be possible, Mr. Kennedy, because I'm not in support of this, so it's hard for me to respond to the people who would like to move forward with this motion. So maybe I would ask you to go ahead and give us your reasons so that I could potentially respond to it, because it's hard for me to like I said, respond without knowing why people would like to, because we haven't talked about it, right? So I would just ask, I will let you have the floor, let's put it that way, if you'd like at this time. Or anybody else that would like to.
I have to agree with Mr. Tatum since you're all looking at me,
Well, you haven't
because I don't know why we're here.
Okay.
Well, and naturally, we of course, because we can't talk to each other.
Yeah,
outside
so
the session.
obviously,
So
Mr.
naturally,
Tatum
of
and I
course-
cannot respond
Yeah, of
until we know
I
why
mean,
we're here.
we can't talk about anything until we're here together at the dais. So, like everything else. So, do you want to go ahead?
I'm sure if nobody else is let up to speak, okay, no,
Still not
it was just you
Okay,
hadn't talked yet, that's why I looked at you, so.
If
I
I
wanted
could
to give you the
dialogue
opportunity.
1 moment.
Sure.
You said you talked to Dr. Wysong 2 or 3 weeks ago?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll explain in
Okay,
full
yeah, all right.
when I get a chance.
I have no one. It's not the requesting to speak is not. I mean, I'm looking at you guys like you know what you're doing. You guys, it's the system. I don't know what's happening. So go ahead. So
We can just
I've got
raise-
no one in order. So
Raise hands.
go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to ask your forgiveness because this is going to take me a little bit of time to walk through. I get tired of listening to myself talk, and I'm going to do the best job I can with what is a little bit of a long story. And none of you know this. None of my board colleagues know this. The public doesn't know this because of the nature of Sunshine Open Records, Open Meetings Law in Florida. My inability to talk to the board members. The only person that I can share my thoughts with are the board attorney and the superintendent in this matter. I'll start a couple weeks ago, and I'm probably gonna have to jump around a little bit. But if I get off track, board colleagues, please just give me a tap, like you're digressing. Okay, so on Friday, May 2nd, we had a workshop, and after that workshop, I asked the superintendent if he could spare a few minutes after the meeting to talk to me. And frankly, I just gotta let it all out because because of the criticisms about the timing and nobody knows anything and all that. I'm just gonna. I think the public owes to just hear everything, and the public can come at me with feedback or slings and arrows or whatever. I'm prepared to take it because I do think the path that I guess I started us on with this one-on-one conversation with our board attorney present, I think began the process of leading us here. So Friday, May 2nd, we had a workshop. I asked the superintendent for a few minutes. I asked Patty Petroff, who was our board attorney that day, to sit in just as a witness, just in case of any problems down the road or conflicting statements. I just wanted a third party to be in there. I expressed to Dr. Wysong at the time if he wanted to delay or talk another time so his attorney could be present, that I would be fine with that. And he declined, and we sat down and we talked. And it was a very short conversation, but I said, based on my perception of things and my own experience over the past 6 months, I feel like our time here is coming to an end. And I told him that like I said before, I wanted him to leave in the best possible posture to go to his next job. I didn't want this to be dramatic, or I was naive, and I was naive in that sense, I guess. And it was a very cordial conversation. The superintendent asked me for some specific feedback in that moment, and I said, again, in fearing possible entanglements down the road, I said, I just want to leave this general, and I want to make this. But I said, the one piece of feedback I will give you today, right now, is that your way of work, I said, Dr. Wysong, your way of work is not compatible with mine. And I'll get into that momentarily. I didn't intend to today, but I'm going to have to because the public is demanding it, and I have to say things that I did not intend to say publicly. I didn't want to say publicly, but I need to share because there are legitimate questions from Mrs. Felton, for example. I have no idea why we're here, so I want to make that clear for me why we're here. So Dr. Wysong, to his credit, took this conversation. frankly, better than I thought. And that was it. And again, to his credit, my relationship with him since then has not been toxic. It has not been negative. He has, in fact, helped me with a student issue that was brought to me by a community member. And that student issue was handled very quickly, and I appreciated that very much. But that was very much in contrast to what I was experiencing before I had the conversation about his status with the district. Okay, so I started with that because I believe that, I don't know, but I think that is what started Dr. Wysong to begin to inquire with other board members about where he stood with them. Frankly, based on, I knew from statements that Mrs. Spray had made publicly that she was at the end of her rope. I knew where I was already, although I had not said anything publicly at that point. And up until today, I still had not. And so I thought, we've now, I believe, have 2 board members who would like to make a change. Okay, so now let me go back. And I'm going to start, just for context, 2 years ago when the superintendent was hired. I was an employee at Daughtry Elementary at the time. I had left the board and tried my luck at elementary education, and it was amazing. And I look forward to one day that I'll be back there. It might be, it might be soon. But during that search, and let me just preface what I'm about to say here about 2 years ago. This has nothing to do with why I sit here today supporting this motion to terminate. But it just provides context. So the district was going through a search, which, because of my previous board experience, I was following pretty closely. And the board did a nationwide search, and we, very comprehensive, very well done. And they narrowed it down to 3 finalists, all of whom were Florida people. They were all Doug Wagner, the gentleman from Duval,
Snyder.
and Dr. Wysong. And at that meeting where Dr. Wysong was hired, I was kind of struck, and I said this at public comment at the time to the board from that podium, that board members, I just caution you to slow down. Listening to your conversation, it doesn't sound like any of you, except for Mr. Tatum. Mr. Tatum, you were consistent. Mr. Tatum was the only one who was consistently, I felt you did not waver. You had your choice, and you stuck to it. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I'd say that's
Okay.
Of the 3 that we had, I mean,
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Of the 3 finalists, yeah. I just, you can anybody up here, please fact check me in real time. I don't mind. But I wanted to make sure that was clear. So I said to the board at the time, listening to your conversation you just had today, it really does not feel to me that 4 of you are ready to make a choice today. 4 board members talked about other candidates and other people who weren't even in the search. And that signaled to me that, maybe the board is not ready. And I just said, please, just slow down. There's nothing wrong with stepping back, taking another look. You don't have to make this decision today. I went back to my seat. 45 minutes, an hour later, they chose Dr. Wysong, and I went back to Daughtry, and everything was fine. And he was hired, and a lot of good things have come from his leadership. So at the next meeting, there was discussion about the contract, which gave me great pause. And as is his right, he and his attorney negotiated the best possible contract that they could. I thought for a candidate who did not have any deputy superintendent experience at the time he was being named superintendent, it just struck me as a little, I don't know the word I'm looking for. It just struck me as a little much to be asking for a higher salary than the previous superintendent, who had multiple years of experience as a superintendent, deputy superintendent, director level, so on and so forth down. So that just kind of immediately signaled to me, I mean, Mr. Tatum, you said at the time, from the dais, he has every right to ask for whatever he wants to ask for. And that's absolutely true. And I recognize that. It just didn't sit right with me at the time. Okay, so fast forward, I'm now a teacher at Daughtry. I'm, again, following a bit, but not really that closely. And I'm a former board member, and I'm not really following what's going on at the board, other than, frankly, still do every week, read the League of Women Voters, or every time we get one. I read the League of Women Voters update, or I did when I was not on the board, to just stay caught up on what was happening at board meetings and what the issues they were dealing with and so forth. So when I decided that a 55-year-old man standing in the sun all day chasing kindergarten through fifth graders around, and don't get me wrong, it was the best job I ever had. Sometimes I'm not sure why I left. But skin cancer came into play. But so I decided to run for a board again. The board was losing its two most experienced members. I thought maybe I had something to offer. And Superintendent Wysong very graciously offered to all the candidates to come meet him in his office to talk about the issues at play, so on and so forth. I was taken back when no, I'm going to leave it. It's not relevant. I'll stick to my transparency and honesty. It struck me as either uninteresting or unimportant because the superintendent dozed off on me twice during that meeting. And I said, it's probably been a long day. It was the end of the work day. So I said thank you and I left. Again, I'm just trying to share. I'm not trying to smear. I'm not trying to make fun of anybody. I'm just trying to share exactly how I got here. And long story short, I get elected. I join the board. First red flag goes up in December. There was an issue with a student. The student and her mother were having no success at their school with an issue they were trying to work out. The details do not matter, but as community members do to board members, because we are elected officials who are representatives of the people, sometimes I think folks forget that. Like, I, as an elected official responding to constituents, brought this issue to the superintendent because I thought the family and the student made an excellent case for why they were being done wrong. And I still, to this day, believe we could have just shown with a snap of a finger, shown the student some compassion. And at the end of a half-hour conversation, this was the conversation we had in December, Dr. Wysong, you said something to me that indicated you weren't listening to anything I had said the previous half hour because it just undermined the reason I was there. I don't bring every single thing that a constituent brings to me to the superintendent. But where I think an injustice has been done to a student or a child, that's going to the superintendent right away. And every superintendent's different. Some superintendents act very quickly, and others move slower. So anyway, everything for that student, everything worked out okay in the end. And I told the superintendent at the start of that conversation, I am not here because of the resume of the student. I'm here because I believe an injustice has been done that we can fix very easily. And, he indicated to me that he would talk to his staff, and I left it at that because that's all I can do. I do, despite some criticism, I do try to be mindful of the line between board members and and staff. So I really do try to just operate through the superintendent. Okay, now, just heard the criticism that this event came up because this is a friend of mine. So that's a true statement. We had an employee issue in January, and the employee in question is a personal friend of mine because I've been here for 21 years, 22 years. I've worked in the district. I know many, many people through the district, and then through my board experience. This is my 9th year on the board. I know hundreds of people through this district. So yes, the person is a personal friend, But the reason that I was pushing back on it was that, just like the student case in December, I felt like an injustice was being done to this employee. And before that ever hit a board meeting, I had a board briefing, like we always do. We have our board briefings before the agenda. Before the agenda is published, and I said to him at that board briefing, "Hey, look, with this employee issue, there's got to be a way we can keep this out of the board meeting because I don't think it's going to go well." And he said, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" Kind of, in a tone that I didn't think was appropriate, but that's all right. And so I said, "I don't really know, but there's got to be some solution we can find to keep this out of the board meeting because it's not going to go well." And at least from my perspective, because if this goes to a board meeting, I'm going to speak against it. And I'd rather not have to do that. So slept on it. 2 days later, an idea comes to me in the morning, and I call him. He very quickly picks up. And I said, "Hey, on Monday, you asked me what we can do." And I shared with him an idea that would achieve his goal, which was this employee to no longer be with the district. But it would do so in a way that showed a little bit of compassion and grace to the employee, although I still believe the facts of that case do not warrant what is in process. So I shared an idea with him, which would have, like I said, achieved his goals. It would have kept it out of the meeting. And he again, if memory serves, I got kind of a rude response, and I dropped it. I said, "Okay, I'm not going to repeat. I'm not going to ask again. I made my pitch, and you're not interested, and that's fine. That's your prerogative." And then that meeting happened, and with a 5-0 vote, the board did not support the superintendent. And just as I suspected was going to happen, I didn't realize it was going to be 5-0. I thought, I thought maybe I'm the only one that sees the details of this. And I do want to assure everybody, I looked into the details of that case just as I would with any issue like that was brought to us. And I asked for the OPS report on the incident, which I received very quickly, and then the other board members received. So at my following board meeting, after that meeting, it was pretty clear. Well, we had a good board briefing, and then it came to an end, and I thanked everybody, and I began to stand up. And Dr. Wysong asked me to stick around because there was one more thing he wanted to talk about. And I sat back down. I said, "Yeah, what's up?" And he, these are my words, he kind of laid into me about the way the board meeting went. And it was clear to me that he was holding me responsible for the way the previous board meeting went. And he did this in front of 3 of his employees. So walking out of the room, my ego kicked in, and I was pretty upset. I was pretty mad. And I walked to the elevator, and I was like, "Man, I'm not standing for that." But I gave it some time. I cooled off. I tried to not lead or act because my ego was bruised, or put my ego aside. I said, let me just lay back. Let me give him a chance. And then kind of the communication problems began to manifest. Things like sending the superintendent emails, which received no response. Again, when that would happen, sometimes I would just go directly to the person who raised the concern with me and go find out details from them because I wasn't getting answers from the superintendent, which, based on my previous board experience, was very odd to me. And then I began to hear from parents who were saying, "I've emailed the superintendent and I can't get replies." And I've said this for years. Our number one job as board members, as district leadership, as teachers, as custodians, as bus drivers, our number one job in this district is the safety of kids and to provide good service to them. So safety is always going to come first. But we are basically, we are in the customer service business, and our service is to our kids and our families. I'm sorry this is taking so long. I promise I'll try to wrap up quick. On the communication issue, it came to a head for me when I sent him an email, and a teacher came to me and said, I have a serious concern about a safety issue at my school, and shared with me some of the details. It turned out later some of those details were not quite right. But what troubled me greatly is I sent the superintendent an email saying, I have an issue that's been brought to me by a teacher. It concerns campus safety and student and employee safety. Can you please, this is not a rush, but when you get a chance, please get back to me. I still to this day received no response via email or in person. And so that was, as far as lack of communication goes, that was a pretty bad one. Like the previous story, I followed up about a week later. Actually, I followed up a few days later asking, I'm not getting any response. So I went to the people involved and said, how's it going? Do you still have safety concerns? And they said, no, the situation has resolved itself. Now that everybody is working with this student, we think things are going to be okay. It was a big disruption, but things are going to be okay. He's not, the student will be fine. The campus will be fine. So I let it go, and I didn't really think much about it until that, but I kept it in the back of my mind because it continued to happen. And I've never, in my board experience, not been able to get a response back from a superintendent. The employee issue that I talked about in January is working its way through the due process. Is working through its due process. And the employee himself, during the proceeding, wrote a motion to dismiss the case. And the administrative law judge granted that motion to dismiss. But the judge also gave the district 7 days to refile the case. Now, I would think that given the 5-0 vote that went against the superintendent's choice in this matter, that would have been the end of the proceeding. But instead, and board colleagues, I don't know if you were consulted once that motion to dismiss happened, especially knowing that proceeding, we are the final say in that proceeding. So it's not like, well, the board's not going to see that again. This is very clearly a board issue and will become a board issue again down the road. But I look at the docket a little bit later, and the proceeding has been refiled with one change. So with an opportunity again to let this issue go and respect a vote of the board, the superintendent did not do that. And frankly, I think that is grounds for termination. It's weak, but that could be grounds for termination with cause. Further in the same case, right before the employee hearing, which happened recently, the superintendent submitted an affidavit to the court, which includes the statement I'm quoting, affidavit of Dr. Jason Wysong, line 3, first sentence, third sentence. I had no personal knowledge of the facts cited in the investigation by the district's Office of Professional Standards that was considered by the committee, and he was talking about the discipline committee. That, I believe, is not a true statement. And this is a document that was submitted to a court. And I don't know if the board wants to go down that road. I don't know that I do, because I hope once we get through this tumult, we can land in a space where all of the good things, the culture that the superintendent has built, that can continue from the minute this meeting ends going forward. And so I don't know if the board wants to go down that road, but that is very troubling to me because he made a statement to me in one of our conversations. Again, this happened in front of 3 witnesses. I said, in talking about the case, I haven't seen the camera footage, but, you know, something to that effect. And the superintendent responded to me, well, I have. But then in this affidavit, it says, I had no personal knowledge of the facts. That was paraphrasing, that was considered by the discipline committee. That's also a problem I see in his leadership. There are strengths and there are weaknesses. This is a weakness. To pass on responsibility to your subordinates for decisions being made is not how a superintendent should act. Everything that happens in this district below the superintendent's level, the superintendent is responsible for. The board members are responsible for the superintendent, our board attorney, and our auditors. So that's a significant issue for me. And I believe that is grounds for termination with cause. But in this context of what I'm speaking about, I'm really not anxious to pursue legal proceedings because they would inevitably follow. But that's a serious matter. So I've been talking too long, and I'll be happy to take any questions on my vision or my version of events, or, you know, I'm ready, and I'm happy to answer any questions from my board colleagues or from the public. I try to respond to everybody who emailed. That I will make. I know there's just a complete vacuum of no information out there, which is being filled in by rumor and innuendo and completely false stories. I've heard just some absolutely crazy stories over the past few days, but that's because of the nature of this meeting. I didn't want to say anything publicly or interview with a TV station. I wanted to save this for this meeting for my board colleagues. I wanted them and I want the public to hear it all at the same time, not drips and drabs of information going out. So, Chairman Choate, I'll stand down for a while, and I will, I'm sure, have a few more things to add, but that is the nature of my issue and how I got here. Like I said, I just want to repeat one more time, as I've said in my response to many of the emails. I will explain my position at the board meeting on Tuesday morning, and I can assure you that I'm doing this in what I believe is the best interest of the long-term success of our kids in this school district. I think people that know me understand that I make mistakes all the time, but I do try to make decisions not with any influence from outside forces. One of the biggest ones that out there, sorry, let me just address one thing that's out there. One of the misperceptions. I mean, there are just outlandish rumors, and then there are misperceptions. But one of the misperceptions that's floating around is there is a parent group that is driving this board to fire the superintendent. The issue that took place at our meeting in April, which was quite emotionally charged and it was a very tough meeting, I think the superintendent, I think the principal and the staff of that school, I think they did everything exactly how they were supposed to do it. Where the lapse was, and I said this at that meeting, was in, you guessed it, communication. And we could have done a better job communicating. And I know, to his credit, the superintendent held a meeting with the Gullett and McNeil, I believe, SAC. Sachs, and admitted as much. I wasn't at the meeting, but from what I heard, the superintendent acknowledged we need to make some changes. And I think the board in that meeting made the right decision, but the thread that ran through was the communication issue. And I just want to assure anybody in earshot that there is no one person or no one group of parents or any group of anybody's that is driving me to do this. I've come to this position I've come to this morning's meeting based on only my own experiences and conversations that I've had leading up to this point, including many over the weekend that were with people who I respect very much, and could not disagree with me more on what's taking place right now. But as I always try to do, I am making this decision based on, this is not a good look right now, and it's going to cause a bit of turmoil. But I honestly think, and maybe I am naively, hopefully optimistic, that we can hit the ground running later today when this meeting is over and not miss a beat. I really do think that. And with that, I'll pass the floor. Sorry for the length, board colleagues. I appreciate your patience.
Thanks. Ms. Brown?
Okay. I had a similar experience, Mr. Kennedy, when I brought to the attention an incident with a staff member, student, and I brought that to the attention of the superintendent with some of his staff just upstairs. And it was about a program, and the employee running that program was not doing the right things. And the staff, a mother who had their child in the program, came to support their family member. And the comment made then was, if the program's so bad, why do you have your student in it? I was perplexed by a superintendent saying that to a parent about their student. But I gave the superintendent benefit of the doubt that things would be followed through. A few months later, that same parent found an issue, a legal issue, that was brought to the superintendent, and that's when the individual was terminated. And that's just one. I don't want anyone to think that one issue is why I'm here. It's odd that Mr. Kennedy says in one of the affidavits by Dr. Wysong that was filed with DOA, dated May 1st of 2025, I have highlighted that same line. I had no personal knowledge of the facts cited in the investigation conducted by the district professional standards and was considered by considered by the committee. When you were saying that, I'm looking down and that highlight popped out to me. And this is the whole case that you're referring to, and I have read every document, every word, and I was told, oh, that's been extended, and you're still paying that individual because of your vote in January. I was real taken back by that as well, but I read through here the reason some of that was extended because documents were resubmitted by the district. So the individual asked for an extension, and or they wanted more time to go through everything. What I saw was there was a new document filed, and the individual wanted to review some of the documents that was resubmitted by the district. I don't think that, I'm not gonna bring up every incident, but that first incident about this student was during his first year. And again, I let that go. And, you know, there's been other things I could go on, but I told the superintendent I'm not gonna totally degrade him in public, and I'm not. That's just one case, but it's odd that you read that same line that I have highlighted. I had no idea that that stuck with you as well. I followed that case very closely, and even in that case, there was a subpoena for Dr. Wison to testify during that hearing, and he was granted to squash the subpoena. And my question to him was, why can't you stand by the decision you made in that case? Because he did not want to testify. So I don't know why. If you have all of these documents supporting your decision, why you wouldn't want to defend that. But again, my reason for being here is not just the April 29th meeting. The April 29th meeting pushed me over the top for multiple reasons. And I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, I mean, obviously, this is a tough situation. I don't think time, place, date, whatever it never justifies like making this easy. This is a tough situation. And like I said before, I told Dr. Weiss on this. I think he's a very good person. I too am not going to slander him in any way, and I want him to. And I told him he'll probably learn from this and be hopefully great in the future at his next leadership position, etc. To Mr. Kinney's point, I think that the style, the way to lead the district is just not a fit for me. Same concerns I had 2 years ago when we voted on here 4-1, and I was the one that voted no, are still prevalent today. And Dr. Weissong can vouch for this. The day he was here, I took him to lunch, and we talked about the elephant in the room, that I was the guy that was the only one vote that said no, but I'm also the guy that is completely about Manatee County. I'm a 5th generation resident. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm gonna do everything I possibly can to help him. And I absolutely have. And so the concerns that I have and have had is the style of not from I think from a inside the school teacher standpoint. I agree with Mr. Kennedy. I think there's it was a refreshing way to lead from that standpoint. I think teachers did feel more empowered. But I told him I think he spent too much time in the classroom. I think he spent too much time as a assistant superintendent rather than the superintendent. And a lot of that stems and comes from the lack of communication to the board. I mean, obviously there's other board members that feel the same way about the communication issues. This is not a knee-jerk, I mean, people who know me, like, this is not a knee-jerk reaction. It's not from the April 29th meeting. It's not from any one group emailing me, telling me to do this or do that or whatever. This for me is a culmination and things that I had concerns with from the very beginning. I didn't know about some of these things that were brought up earlier. But the same lack of communication in some of those personnel issues were major red flags for me, major concerns, and it continued to happen. And I don't believe that in the position we're in, that a superintendent is in, that how we communicate with the board members on important things, prevalent things. I mean, that should be. Those are the I mean, I hate it's maybe arrogant to say this, but we are the boss, right? Like, we are the only person we employ is you, and that communication back to us has to be, I mean, pretty much perfect. Like, we can't, just like we don't want to do surprises at meetings and things like that. I'm never one to do that. Throw a gotcha at a meeting with a surprise to the superintendent. I don't want that reversed. I don't want decisions that were being made to not be communicated about. And I hear from friends, family members, etc. in the community, and I don't know about it.
Right.
And it was major stuff, not just, hey, we did X, Y, Z, but major stuff. So those are just some of the concerns. Listen, I absolutely agree with some of the public comment, and like Mr. Kennedy said, I've talked to tons of people this weekend. This is, and again, talking about knee-jerk reaction. My daughter graduated Saturday. I could be dealing with a heck of a lot more, things than what we've been dealing with in the last 4 or 5 days, right? And this has been going on for weeks. This conversation, I kind of gave you the timeline. So this isn't a knee-jerk reaction for me. There's a lot of things that have kind of built up through this time period, and I think it's time for a change. Mr. Kennedy brought up, and I agree with him. We've got great teachers, great assistant principals, great leadership, and I think we can continue to move forward, just like we have been, and smooth it. And it's never going to be easy to get maybe trust back from some people, etc. But I think that again, I'm all about this district, Manatee County, and I want to make sure I'm making the best decision. This is not a knee-jerk reaction that I got upset about a conversation or something, or to that effect. I genuinely have concerns, and I think it's time to make that change. So that's why we're here today. So board members that haven't spoken, I'll give you the floor.
No, go ahead.
I too am going to take a little bit of time because it's a very important decision, and I'm not real good at a lot of things in life. Like, I don't know how to cook very well, and I wanted to be an NFL quarterback, but I wasn't big enough, strong enough, or fast enough. But I have spent a lot of time in this leadership world, experiencing it as 30 years as an officer in the Air Force, and then actually being a leadership workshop facilitator and executive coach. So hopefully I would at least hope that you would listen to what I have to say and then take that all into account as you make your decision on this issue. Real quickly, though, I would like to offer Dr. Wysong or his legal counsel the opportunity to respond to the accusation, because what I thought I heard, and when I use the word accusation, maybe the concern, that's maybe a better word, that there was something put in a legal document that maybe wasn't completely true or accurate. So maybe if you want to, you can. You have an opportunity to respond to that, or have your legal counsel respond to that before I talk about the things I have to talk about. Would you like to do that, or?
This is, Mr. Tatum, this is the first time I've heard this specific concern.
Okay.
I've been cautious because I've been advised, and I think I will let Mr. Penley speak to it, that when we're in an employee termination situation at the point that it goes to DOA, our communication has to be compartmentalized because ultimately it goes back to the board.
Okay.
But Mr. Penley, Mr. Dye can speak to the process and maybe some of the concerns.
The matter is currently pending before DOA, so it would be inappropriate for us to make any comments while it's still with the ALJ.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so as you kind of know, I'm a little bit of a teacher too, so I'm going to try and do a little bit what we might call a philosophical leadership thought experiment, thought process. So bear with me. Try and make it interesting. Although we're supposed to be boring, though, as Ms. Foreman said. So when I retired from the Air Force, I came up with a coin. Mr. Choate has one. Ms. Spray has one. A lot of people in the audience have one. Ms. Felton, Mr. Kennedy, whenever our time together on the board comes to an end, you'll get one. And on the front of it is a formation of 2 fighter aircraft. I'm sure you really can't see it, but that's what's there. You know, in tandem formation, right? You have a lead aircraft and you have a wingman. And the words on it say, better me, better you, better us, better USA. And on the back it says, I am my wingman's keeper. Now, in place of the word USA, you could put better marriage, better school board, better soccer team, better bowling team. You could put whatever you want in there, right? Better me, better you, better us, better whatever. Whenever there's two or more people together, better me and better you is going to make better us, whatever that us is, right? And then the idea of a wingman is this, when you're in a formation and for those of you who don't know, I was an Air Force pilot. When you're flying in formation, the wingman's job is to watch the lead who's taking the formation into a battle situation and to do whatever he can do to be helpful for that lead aircraft, right? Keep an eye on him. Is he leaking fuel, or is there just whatever I can do to be helpful? I'm watching him. I'm keeping an eye on him. I'm there to be helpful. And so that's that idea, along with just my leadership education, training experience, and 30 years of Air Force leadership, finally got to the point where I was like, yeah, this is what I try to live by. I don't always get it right because I'm an imperfect human being, but I really do. I really try and live by that. And those of you who've been around me have probably gotten to the point where you're like, yeah, I know, Mr. Tatum. You want to try and be right or try to be helpful rather than be right. We've heard it 1,000 times. So when I was 35 years old, I unfortunately went through a divorce, and it was it was that standard nasty divorce, right? There was some infidelity involved, unfortunately, on my ex-spouse's part, who is a great person now and is doing great things in the community. Hey, we all make mistakes, right? So it got into the whole back and forth with lawyers and back and forth about child custody, and I was the primary breadwinner, so I'm paying most of the bills, and she's living in the house, and I have to move out into her apartment, and it's unfair and it's unjust. And it really was. I really felt like I was right in this situation. I don't want this to happen. I've always been a loyal, faithful husband trying to provide, and this is not right. I'm right, you're wrong. And it was back and forth with lawyers and, child custody battle and all that stuff. Went on for months. So one night, this was before cell phones. This was in the year 2000. I was just kind of sick of the whole fighting back and forth, lawyers. It was costing a lot of money too, because I was paying for everybody's lawyers, So and even fools get lucky once in a while, and I was somewhat of a fool back then. I'd like to think I'm a little wiser now, although I'm still a fool in many ways. But I did something that was actually helpful instead of trying to be right. I picked up the phone. I called my house that I was not allowed to legally live in, and to call she was still my wife at the time. We hadn't gone through a divorce yet. And I picked up the phone, and I called, and she didn't answer. I got the message machine. And I sang her the first verse of Annie's song, from John Denver. You fill up my senses like a night in the forest. Right? That first. Yeah. And I just hung up. So she calls me back the next day. I'm sitting in my office at the Air Force Academy. I was teaching at the Air Force Academy at the time. Phone rings. Hello, this is Captain Tatum. How can I help you? Hey, it's me, my ex-wife. Listen, I'm tired of fighting with you. I trust you. Just put an agreement together. I'll tell my lawyer to sign it. We'll move on. Wow, that was helpful, right? I didn't realize it at the time that I was kind of doing what I was now later going to put on my coin, but I was like, wow, that was helpful. And I remember now that when I kind of figured this out, looking back at that, I was like, that's what I was doing. I was kind of a fool. I didn't really know, but I did something that was helpful. Even though I was right, I did something that was helpful, and it completely changed the dynamics of the relationship and the outcome of it. So I've really tried to live my life like that, especially since a particular incident happened, which I won't go into in my personal life. Many of you know about it, where I really was a fool, and I absolutely positively had to start living this out if I was going to survive that incident and then be a better husband, officer, whatever it is I was doing in my life with other people. I just had to go there. I had to have a mindset change. And the mindset change was, I need to stop trying to be right, and I need to start trying to be helpful in almost every situation that I encounter in life. And I've really come to believe that absent like acts of God, most of the evil on the earth is because people, and we heard this actually last night from a young, apparently 18-year-old girl. Remember what she said last night? She said, be better versions of ourselves at the graduation, that people are not being the best versions of themselves that they can be. And but then there's this intellectual journey to get here. It wasn't like it was written in the clouds, by an angel or something. When you start walking through this and you think about it and you finally get it in your mind, like, yep, that's me. I remember one of my favorite, if you ever come to one of my, well, at least I used to do these leadership workshops, and I guess I'm giving away the finale of my workshop now, but it's time to do it, is back in the late 1800s and the 1900s, early 1900s, there was a writer, his name was G.K. Chesterton. He was an English writer. And he was kind of a philosophical thinker, writer, and he would write back and forth with some of the editors at one of these London newspapers, one of the more prominent newspapers at the time. And one time, one of the editors in this correspondence, they didn't have computers, they were writing back and forth, asked Mr. Chesterton, and I can show you the documentation that, as evidence of this interaction. One of the editors said, Mr. Chesterton, if you had to pick something that's wrong with the world, what's wrong with the world? Like, what's the one thing that's wrong with the world? And without missing a beat, Mr. Chesterton writes back, oh, I know what's wrong with the world. What's wrong with the world? I'm wrong with the world. I am. Right? Every divorce, every fight, every international conflict, every bullying incident at a school, it's all because people aren't being the best versions of themselves that they can be. And they typically want to beat other people, win the argument, whatever that is. That's why, if you remember, and I don't know if you were watching the interviews, Mr. Kennedy, but one of the questions I asked Dr. Weissong was, when we're in conflict with other people, who's the problem? And I think he looked at me like, all right, Mr. Tatum, it's a gotcha question. I know, it's a gotcha question. But I wanted to make the point to everybody that when we're in conflict with other people, I'm the problem. Maybe they are too, and they probably are, because we all have this problem about wanting to be right instead of trying to be helpful. But my initial response should be, I'm the problem. So Dr. Weissong and I had a date. That was the private interview that we went through, right? And he was really good in that interview, very personable. I think he's one-on-one. He did a good job, and that's why I supported him. And then we got married, in a sense, right? We have a contract between us. So that was in July of 23. And over the next 6 or 7 months, I too, to be honest, have had a little bit of the same concerns that some of you have expressed about maybe emails going unanswered and once in a while tone of voice. You're like, wow, okay, But it kind of came to a head one night where it was a meeting, like we had a meeting like you had, and my ego was bruised a little bit, and I was driving home, and I have 30 minutes to drive back to Lakewood Ranch, right? And so by the time I got home, I decided I was going to go back the next day and defend my honor, right? Because I'm a warrior and defend your honor. So I woke up the next morning. And my first thought was, I don't want to drive all the way back downtown from Lakewood Ranch through the traffic and everything, Then I had this thought too. I thought, well, defending honor, and I don't know why this popped into my mind, but maybe some of you know, and I bet Dr. Weissong knows because he's a history teacher as well as Ms. Scarborough, that the sitting vice president of the United States actually killed the first secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, in a duel while they were, quote unquote, defending their honor. And then I thought, is that going to be good when I go down there and kind of play the power card about, like you said, Mr. Choate, hey, I'm your boss, and maybe we could talk about how you speak to me. And I thought, nah, it's not going to be helpful. It's just going to kind of up the, in that frame of mind, right? Like, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm right, you're wrong. I'm your boss. You work for me. So I thought, well, what would be helpful? And really quickly, within 30 seconds, I was out exercising, and that's a good time. I came up with two really quick things. Number one was the timing of having meetings. And this meeting happened to happen at the end of an evening meeting, school board meeting that had lasted for 4 hours, and Dr. Weissong had probably been here since 7 in the morning. He's been here for 15 hours, and Mr. Tatum wants to have a meeting about something that might be a little contentious. Maybe timing is everything in life. Maybe I should think about when I ask for those kind of meetings, But that was one thing I could fix, Think about, is this a good time? It's like with our spouses, right? Is this the best time to talk about that thing? And a lot of us get that wrong, and then the meeting doesn't go well with said spouse. Not because of that the issue doesn't need to be discussed, but because of timing. It's like, I can fix that. The second thing I thought was, during that board meeting, I'd asked some questions, and I went on for 10 minutes about something, and I thought, man, maybe I could have done my homework better. Maybe if this is an issue that it's really important to me, it had to do with traffic, maybe I could do my homework better. And yeah, okay, yeah, I could do my homework better on if traffic is your thing. Whenever you see a building project or renovation, you should really focus on it and get your questions answered to the extent that you can before you get to the board meeting, right? So you don't drag people into the late night hours and, safety first, as I like to say, right? Drive home when you don't want people driving home late in the dark. It's like, okay, well, I can fix those things. That's easy, right? That's on me. So then I was like, yeah, but this relationship thing, it's not quite working as well as I'd like it to be working. So I could just say, well, Dr. Weissong is wrong and I'm right, and he works for me, and so he's got to figure it out. It's on him. And to some degree, it kind of is. Because he has the problem too, just like I have. And when I say you've got it, we've all got it to some degree. But so I called some leadership coaches I know, some executive coaches I know, some executives that I'd worked with for a long time, former Air Force officers, and put that all together in a big ball, and I decided I was going to take 2 lines of effort to try and make things better. Number one is that I'm going to see Jason Weissong, let's say Dr. Weissong, the superintendent, as a human being, as a guy named Jason. He's got a name. He's got a wife. He's got a son, right? His son plays baseball. He likes to play second base. I learned about what he wrote his dissertation on. I need to let Dr. Weissong know that I see him not as this tool that I use to get things done as the superintendent, but as a human being who has needs, objectives, and challenges like I do. And they matter, his matter like mine matter, right? But I'm going to develop this personal relationship with him to let him know, hey, I see you as a human being, not as an object, not as a tool to get the things done that I want to get done as a board member. And who knows, maybe I had been seeing him like that for some reason, even though that's what I try not to do, being the imperfect human being that I am. I was like, are you really doing a good job of that? And I thought to myself, I don't know a lot about the guy, about what he wrote his dissertation on, more about his family, and figured out his son plays second base. All right. So I started really focused, and I started just having those kind of conversations with him, not about work, just whenever I could. Second line of effort was anything that I'm going to do that intersects with Dr. Weissong's world, I'm going to do it in a way that's helpful to him. Like when I do the thing that I'm doing, I'm going to try and figure out how can I do it in a way that's helpful to Dr. Weissong. So for instance, timing of asking for meetings. That's one thing that I might do, right? There are things like, if I'm not getting the information that I need from him in a timely manner, it could be on him. It's like, hey, you're not giving me the information in a timely manner that I think I need. It seems like you're leaving out some stuff. Tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to sit down with you and have a meeting every Friday at 5 o'clock. We can have it on the phone. I can come down, whatever, but I'd like updates on important personnel issues, important legal matters, and anything else that I've sent you during the week. I'd like to get an update from you. Right? Now, maybe Dr. Weissong could have recognized that and said, I could be doing that. That's the way he could be helpful to us, but that's, you know, that's on him, right? Like, what could I do? I've actually gotten to the point where I generally trust him over the course of working with him, so I don't feel like I need that, but some other board members might, and that might be helpful. That might have helped avoiding where we are today. The other thing that comes out of those meetings is that you get to know each other better. When you have a meeting with someone every week for an hour or two, you just get to know people better. And I always said that the number one reason, I've always said, when I say always, not since I was like 2 months old, but, you know, always meaning since I kind of was in this leadership world, that the reason that most people don't trust each other is because they don't know each other. So that goes back to my first line of effort, which was get to know him better as a human being. Let him know I see him as a human, as a guy named Jason who has a son and a wife and a life. And then number two, that whenever I do something, I'm going to figure out, like, how could I do it so that it helps him get his job done. And when you have that mindset, there's all kinds of ways that open up the possibility of what could I do. For instance, if I don't, that's why I asked Dr. Weissong just a second ago, like, it appears to me that whatever was put in that affidavit, I don't know why that was said. I don't know the context around it. And could you offer him an opportunity? Like, that would be helpful for him and his legal counsel to explain it to us. And there's probably some context around that. Unfortunately, apparently, we can't talk about it. But knowing Jason Weissong, also the superintendent, I just can't. It's difficult for me to really, truly, until I know the context, think that he knowingly falsified something. Both of these men knowingly falsified something. So I'm gonna, but in other situations, like when I don't understand what's going on, why was this decision made, and what are the legal ramifications around it, and why can't you talk about it, and what can I talk about it? You know, instead of just assuming that he's keeping things from me, he's hiding things from me, he's not giving me the updates that I need or want. He's much more knowledgeable about the laws. He's been doing this for 25 or 30 years. Like, I'm going to kind of give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll go ask him the questions, but I'm just not going to assume some nefarious intent on his part. So I worked that for that was about April 24 when I made those decisions, and I started working that, and about 6 months later, we're at the FSBA conference. The new people had come, and we had like a 3-hour meeting one night sitting there, and we were talking. I think it started about 7, and when we got done, I looked at my watch, and it was 10 o'clock. I'm like, wow, we had a 3-hour meeting. That was awesome. And we had a good chat, and I just kind of reflected. I thought, that stuff you like talk about on your coin, that might actually work. You know, but it takes time, right? You got to work it. You have to start. You know, people use this term. They say you have to earn people's trust, and I have come to the conclusion that that's wrong. Earning, like if a student in the Manatee County school system fulfills all the requirements to get a high school diploma, that person earns it. We have to give it to them. Like, you know, we can't go, I don't like the way your name is spelled, or, you know, you're really kind of a jerk sometimes, so we're not going to give you your high school diploma. No, you've earned it. It has to be given. Trust, that's the word. Trust is given. Trust isn't earned. It's like love. Like, imagine I'm dating a woman or something, and I do all the, I take her, I pay for the meals, I, you know, am respectful to her, I open her car door, I'm just the best gentleman, you know, and I'm dating her, and I'm like, I want to get married. And she says, nope. Well, but I did all the things. No, it's like, I don't know, you're right, you're a great guy, you're a great dude, you've been very much of a gentleman. I'm not giving you my love because for some reason, I don't feel it. And it's the same thing with trust. Trust has to be given, right? It can't be earned. So I think in that area, I've kind of lived out my coin in that one area. But let me go on a little farther and say how I've failed Dr. Weissong, and I've kind of failed us as the board. And now we're sitting here, unfortunately, having to have this meeting. Number one is that as an Air Force leader, knowing how feedback should work, and also through my leadership education work, I know that Dr. Wysong deserves from us frequent and formal feedback so that he has an opportunity to be better. And it can't just be a comment in a board meeting or even, during meetings saying, well, try this. It really needs to be something where, and you've heard me kind of, talk about this point ad nauseum too, maybe, the 3 questions that need to be asked. What am I doing to make things more difficult? How could I act differently? And how often can we meet to go over those things? And I haven't really done that with Dr. Wysong. I've never, other than his annual performance from last year, I've never gone down that road with him. I've never kind of forced the issue. Now, I will say that maybe part of the reason I haven't forced the issue with him is he's never asked for it. Like I said, I'm the problem, I'm the problem, I'm the problem, I'm the problem, right? As a leader, you have to fight for that feedback. Here's why you need to fight for it. We need to fight for it, because we're leaders too. We should be asking Dr. Wysong those 3 questions. There's 3 types of knowledge in the world. There's what I know that I know, like I know how to speak English, I know how to fly planes. Then there's knowledge I know that I don't know. And that is, I don't know how to speak Chinese, and I don't know how to cook, and my wife could verify that very quickly. Okay? The third type of knowledge is what I don't know that I don't know. And without feedback, without that constant feedback loop going, you don't know what you don't know. I mean, I've had conversations, obviously, with Dr. Wysong about this, and he's like, wow, this is a kind of comes out of nowhere. I don't know. Mm-hmm. And my first thought was, well, I kind of failed you. Maybe if I'd been having these feedback sessions and talking about some of the same concerns that some other board members have brought up about tone of voice, lack of email response, maybe I could have mentored him a little better, and we wouldn't be sitting here. I didn't do it. I actually was having lunch on Sunday afternoon with a retired Air Force officer, and he said, well, have you been giving him constant, consistent feedback? No. I just kind of smiled at me like, yeah, I know, I didn't do it. And then we as a board, we haven't been, I read through last year's evaluations, they're glowing. Doing a good job communicating, out in the community, doing a great job. I was like, wow, this guy's almost walks on water, I gave him some comments about making the buses run better on time. And remember, the culmination of my issues with him started about in April, but things were actually getting better between he and I. And so when I got to the time that I wrote this, which was ever in June or something, I'm like, no, things are getting better, I didn't have to write a lot of comments in there because I thought, yeah, we're generally getting on a better track here between the 2 of us. So I'm going to make maybe a few more moments of comment here, and then I'll move on to somebody else. There's some practical considerations here too, above and beyond the philosophical chat that I just had with you. I've talked to a lot of leadership experts around the country, coaches, executives, because that's my world, and they're they just got my side of the story, but I tried to be genuine and kind of give both sides, and it's uniquely, almost constantly this response that I'm getting from them. Well, has he done anything illegal? No. Has he done anything unethical? No. Has he done anything immoral? No. So you're going to fire him without cause? Yes. How's morale within the troops? Pretty good. And I can see that from the people I've talked to, principals, senior staff. How are the metrics looking? Metrics are moving in the right direction. Graduation rates are up. We just saw an email from one of the staff members today. Reading grades are going up. Buses are running better on time. So you're going to fire him? Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if we are. There's 5 of us. But I would like an opportunity to get better. And I thought about this last night. What we don't need right now is the divorce. We need counseling. And the FSBA training that we have is useful to a certain point, but it's a lot of head stuff. It's not heart stuff. And I know who does the heart stuff, and it works. And that's how I got to this, right? When I was going through this one particular heart thing, at one point during that training, I saw it. It's me. I'm the problem. Like that's me. And if you could get to that point, if you could go through a heart training which gets you to see that, and then see how we're hurting people because of what we don't know about ourselves and what we don't know about other people. We're doing things to hurt ourselves and hurt other people, all the while thinking, I kind of got it going on. I'm a colonel in the Air Force. I'm a school board member. I've been elected 3 times, right? You've been elected 3 times. I'm the superintendent of the school system. I've come up to the top of my game. I'm imperfect, but I kind of got it going on, you know? And the higher you get, the more dangerous it becomes, because as Lord Acton said, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And you're less accountable. The other considerations that these leaders have brought up above and beyond firing someone without cause, when you just need maybe some counseling, you could at least try counseling before you go through the divorce, is who's next? Like what message does that send to the rest of the workforce? If someone's doing their job and they're doing it well and they've gotten good evaluations and they haven't done anything illegal, unethical, or immoral, what message does that send to the workforce? Like, who's next? I actually had some feedback from somebody like, who's next? Like, I don't know, am I doing I have some personal conflict with somebody, but I'm doing my job. I'm not acting unethically or illegally. My metrics look good, but like, who's next? I don't know, who's next? You know, and the instability that it's going to cause and the disarray that it's going to cause. I agree that we have good people within the system, but yanking a leader out who's well respected, who has good morale, who has the metrics going in the right direction. I've had numerous people make the comments to me about stability. It's stable, finally. It's stable. One comment I wrote down here, it's frustrating because we finally feel like there's some stability. And the last concern they brought up, these leadership experts who've gone down this trail, this one guy that I've talked to in his company actually has done international negotiations between countries hired by the US government to resolve conflicts. But anyway, he said, what kind of candidate is going to come to this situation knowing that the last guy was fired without cause? Did you do any counseling? Did you try and work through these communication problems and leadership problems, and move his family, his or her family here, get a mortgage, his kid into the school system or kids or whatever? What kind of candidates are going to come into that frying pan? I know if I were looking for a job as a superintendent, Manatee probably would be down on the bottom of my list. I'm like, well, if that's the only option I got, maybe I'll take that one. But that board just fired somebody without cause because. And I know you've said, well, maybe there's a cause, but it's going to be firing without cause, without having done formal and consistent feedback. And while the metrics are moving in the right direction, and while morale is generally good within the troops. And I also failed us as a board. I know that we should be doing this. I should have forced the issue earlier. I could kind of see it coming, especially over the last 3 or 4 months. And if you look, there's actually a workshop that I put on next month that says we need to talk about this stuff. I was going to have this talk then, but we're having it now. So I would, before we take this very drastic step, which as you can see is going to cause a lot of consternation within the community, from what I can see in my emails, it's 10-to-1 in support of Dr. Wysong. And as a matter of fact, I've talked to I've talked to dozens of people in the community. I think of those dozens of people I've talked to, one has said, well, maybe, I'm not sure about him, but all the other ones were stability, decent morale, metrics going in the right direction. So I would actually move that we indefinitely postpone this motion, and that I won't make that will be my motion. We're all going to get to talk about it, but that's going to be what I'm eventually going to get to, and that we try to do counseling instead of go through the divorce, because the divorce is going to be painful, and it's going to be expensive too, by the way. This leadership training that I'm talking about going through will probably cost us, if we did it, I would like to see it done for the 5 of us, the superintendent and the executive, the senior staff, whatever, the board, the committee, whatever his executive committee is. What do you call that, Dr. Weissong? It's your cabinet. That's what I'm looking for. And it will cost us for that many people, for maybe a 1 or 2 day seminar, maybe $15,000-$20,000, maybe even double that. Let's say it's double that, $40,000 to get top-notch people in here. But the compensation package that we're going to end up having to give him is going to be about 3 times that. So I would just consider, if the metrics are going in the right direction and morale is good and people generally support him and the issues are communication related, that we go through counseling before we go through the divorce. And I think I'll end my comments there. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Okay, so that leaves me. I have been losing sleep over this since last Monday when Mr. Dye alerted me that we were going to be having a conversation. I have gone through 7 graduations, smiling, being pleasant, trying to celebrate every single one of those, however many, there's statistics, or we just got an email of the statistics of how many kids' hands we shook, and being happy and helpful and cheerful for them, all the while feeling absolutely nauseous, knowing that we are going to be here today. And I'm going to have to do a long story as well, so y'all are going to have to forgive me too. Y'all know, wow, I've been in Florida too long, I'm saying y'all. You all know that previous to becoming a teacher, I was a journalist. Almost 5 years at the Bradenton Herald, back when it was actually a paper. And, we wrote stuff, and it appeared on print, and it got mailed out. And part of my job, as you know, was covering law enforcement. But I also covered school board. I covered county. I covered the city of Palmetto. I covered development in East Manatee. I was the first East Manatee reporter at the Bradenton Herald. I covered agriculture. I ran the gamut. And I did investigative journalism. Those skills, the investigative skills, are still strong with me. And if you know anything about me by now, you know I research everything. Because I don't want to go into anything blind. I want to know what I'm talking about. I don't want to have any surprises. I don't want to have anything fly at me out of the blue. And I definitely don't want to misspeak. My upbringing, Mr. Tatum and I joke back and forth about the Air Force and the Navy because I'm a Navy brat. So he likes to blame the Navy for things, and I throw it back at him. So I was raised in a Navy household. My parents made sure that we understood that our integrity was everything. As a journalist, you are only as good as that day's story. And the reporters here sitting in this room all know exactly what I'm talking about. You are only as good as that day's story. You get something wrong, you have lost your integrity. If you reveal something that somebody gave you off the record, no one's going to talk to you again. And I was respected as a journalist because I kept things off the record, I was factual, I followed detail, and I double-checked every darn thing before I published it. So for me, that is what I bring to the table. I bring my integrity. You can say what you like about me otherwise, but don't question my integrity. Then I get a little hot. All right. So in addition to being a journalist, I worked in ministry. I have a master's degree in religious education. Basically, I am half a theologian and half an educator. One of the priests I worked for called me the theologian on staff. His degree was in music. The other priest I worked for, he was a history teacher. I had the theology background. And my philosophy on life, in addition to my integrity, is strictly based in the teachings of Jesus. I don't talk about my faith very often, but I have a very strong one. I serve in my church. I read the scriptures almost every Sunday during service. I'm one of the money counters because they trust me with the money. I have run religious programs. I was the director of faith formation. That's why I had my master's degree. I taught Bible study to adults. I taught First Communion classes, reconciliation classes, confirmation classes. I was the supervisor as the director of all of the volunteers from pre-K through adult education. I taught new Catholics how to be Catholic. All right, so that's the educator part and the theology part, right? I've got it both. And my focus in my entire life has been on everything that Jesus said to me when I read the Bible. I'm not going to say like some people that he's literally spoken to me. That is not true. But I believe in blessed are the peacemakers. That's my number one thing, by the way. Try to be a peacemaker. I hate contention. I hate fighting. I do not do well with conflict. Usually I get so frustrated, my anger comes out my eyeballs and I start crying. It's not that I'm sad, it's that I'm so angry and I don't know what to do with it. It leaks out my eyes. But blessed are the peacemakers. This is what I try to be. Service is my everything. You know, as a young 2-year-old, I think, when I came to Manatee County in 1997, straight out of college, I thought that being a journalist would be helpful and a service industry, and I, after 4 years, decided it really wasn't quite what I had anticipated. I loved it, but it wasn't what I anticipated. So I started looking at other ways to be of service, and that has been my career. Whether it's been teaching, being a director of faith formation, being a journalist for the Catholic Church, which was a lot about service, actually. I'm going to be drinking a lot, just pardon me. Dry mouth. Teaching again. Oh, I was also at one point the director of a Sylvan Learning Center, too. So I've had a lot of careers, all here in Manatee County. And my last job after I left teaching was I worked in prior authorizations for a local medical practice for a year, where I basically fought with insurance companies to make sure that my patients could get their medication. Service. All of it's service. How can I help other people? Am I visiting the sick? Visiting the sick, visiting the imprisoned, feeding the hungry, clothing the naked, being that ear for anybody who needs it. During my teaching time, I was the calm lead teacher. My first 3 years of teaching, I taught middle school. There's nothing calm there. There's never anything calm there. But once I made it to high school, I was trusted to train brand new teachers who were still in college. I had 2 of them. They still call me mom. I had other colleagues that were fairly new to teaching who I mentored. Some of them still call me mom. Service. This is my job. It is to serve. This is what my heart calls me to do. Some of my family is here today in support, and they get frustrated with me because I wear myself out trying to serve. All of this is why I am sitting here today. All of this. I am here to serve. And in particular, to serve children. That is where my heart lies. So every decision, every thought, every conversation we have up here is my asking myself and the other administrators, we went through this a couple years ago. Our theme for the year was Know Your Why. All right, I still do that. I know my why. My why is this in the best interests of children? How is this decision going to help those kids that we watched graduate? Last night was Southeast High School's graduation. I taught there for 6 years. I still know some of the kids, hugged several of them as they went across the field. Those kids are my joy. And I want to make sure that everything I do here benefits them and their younger siblings coming up. And that every decision we make is for their best interests. Are we doing everything we possibly can to make their lives better? And reflecting on all of this, I was thinking back to my second year of teaching 7th grade at Harley Middle School. Now, Richard Tatum over there and I have talked about teaching middle school. He subbed once in middle school and decided he was never going to do that again. I taught 7th grade for 3 years. I loved it. They drove me up the wall, but I loved it. I loved every one of them. And I told them that on a regular basis. And then when I went to high school, on a regular basis, I said, I love you all, because I don't know if they hear it at home. And I do. I love every single one of those kids. I still get emails from them. I got an actual letter. Some of them know how to write letters, in case you're wondering. I got an actual letter from a student in the last couple weeks telling me how proud she was of me. And those of you who have taught, you know what that's like, that connection you make with those kids, and how even though we touch their lives, they touch ours so much more. So here I am teaching 7th grade. It's my second year as a teacher. I'm a career change. I did not go to college to become, well, I did go to college to become a teacher and then decided I didn't like kids, so I went into journalism. But I was 22 and I didn't want to hang out with high school kids. And it was good for me. I went into the workforce, I got jobs, I got experience, and then I went back into the classroom. And so it was, everybody assumed, being that I was now older, that I must have a lot of experience. I've done all this before. No. I was a terrible teacher my first couple years. Terrible. Terrible. But I loved those kids, and most of them loved me back. Now, I was at Harley Middle School, which was in turnaround, because we were a failing school. We had people from the district and the state in and out of our classrooms all the time. That's not any stress at all on a brand new teacher teaching 7th grade, mostly boys. For some reason, I had a lot of boys. One day, as all of these people are standing in the back of my classroom, one student threw a pencil across the room to another student. All of you teachers in here know the cringe moment of that. And one of the visitors decided that my classroom was dangerous and that she did not feel safe in my room because a kid threw a pencil to another kid who asked for a pencil. Yes, they should have gotten up and walked across the room. I am now held responsible for that bad decision of that child, because now people don't feel safe in my classroom. It didn't matter that my students were engaged in the lesson, that everyone was on task, which is a small miracle if you're teaching 7th grade. What mattered was a kid threw a pencil across the room. And reflecting on this, being a superintendent is a lot like that. When everything's going smoothly, great. But do we tell him everything's going smoothly and that's great? We as a board, When we get staff presentations, we tell them how thankful we are for their presentations. They're doing a great job. All of this is wonderful. Yay, our grades are up, our test scores are up, our graduation rates are up. Today in the evening board meeting, if you haven't looked at the slide projection show already, our GPA is up for the 5th year in a row to a 3.2 or something. It's in here somewhere. That's our average. Our average GPA is above a 3.0. 2.0 is passing. We are above a 3.0 for our average. That's amazing. Our graduation rates are up. Oh my gosh, if we hear about graduation rates from the state anymore, I swear, I feel like I'm going to bang my head against the wall, because they are concerned about test scores, they're concerned about graduation rates, they're concerned about school grades. But all those things are up. The state should be very pleased with us as a district. Have we told him that we appreciate that, because all these people in here who work for him, he is their leader. This is possible because of him, his direction. It's not like they're all running around doing whatever they want and that all miraculously happened. Now, of course, we all know who have taught that you have your staff, there's the teachers, then you have the parents. Parents can be fabulous, or parents can be, oh my gosh, it's that mom calling again because little Johnny got a minus on his exam, although he didn't study and he still managed to pull it out there, but she wants it to be an A, and why is it not an A? I have had those parents. And that's the same for him. Everything's going great. Nobody talks to him about it. Things are going bad. He gets inundated with emails and we all get CC'd on them. And the same thing comes in with being a supervisor, being a classroom teacher, being the superintendent. If you want to succeed, you need buy-in from the people around you. You got to get those kids to buy into whatever you're trying to sell them. Because if you do not have buy-in from your students, it doesn't matter what a fabulous teacher you are, those kids are going to sit there and stare at you or go to sleep. You have to have buy-in. Our district staff has bought in. They are on board with what is going on in this district. All y'all get the same emails I do because we're all CC'd on them. We have gotten so many emails since Friday, and there's still people out there who don't know what's going on. I've gotten texts this morning going, what's this meeting this morning about? And I said, I will let you know when I know. They still don't know about it. So we have to make sure that we are 100% transparent in everything we do, that we are adequately communicating with our constituents, and that we cannot be called into question for the same complaints that we're making here about communication. Because this is where the board is just like that 7th grade teacher. All right? And I'd like to point out that we don't have a class, we have 2 employees. Mr. Dye over there and Dr. Weissong over here. Those are our 2 employees. I have been the supervisor. I had a supervision of 30 volunteer staff, and I had a supervision of a dozen staff when I worked at a Sylvan Learning Center, and I was the director and responsible for all the teachers that came in and tutored our kids. We failed him as well. I'm going to agree with Mr. Tatum on that. Because if we are not making sure that he's okay, we are not supporting him. I don't know about anybody else, but as soon as the emails of complaints start coming in, I check with him. How are you doing? Is there anything we can do? How can I help you? That is my job as his supervisor. And he'll tell you about about 3 weeks or 4 weeks into this gig, I sat down with him and said, look, I'm having trouble seeing myself as your boss. I was a teacher. I worked for the superintendents. I still see you as my boss. So I'm going to try and flip that in my brain and remember that I am your supervisor. But right now, I'm just going to say we're colleagues. We're in this together. And we are. We are in this together. What happens with him, the buck stops here too. We are just as responsible for communication as he is. We are responsible for supporting him. He supports so many people out there. And yes, there's communication issues. Yes, sometimes, and I mean this with all due respect, sometimes he's socially awkward. And I know that sounds bad, but you know what I mean. He's not always good at communicating. Tone is not always there. All right? But I still have absolute trust in what he is doing because I see his integrity. And I see his heart. I see him in the classrooms. I see him out in public. Mr. Tatum and I see each other all the time because he and I are at absolutely everything we get invited to. Everybody else can't be that way. And I know that. Everybody else has their own things. You have your family issues. You've got other stuff going on. But this is my full-time job. And so Mr. Tatum and I see each other at everything. And we see him at everything. And he is there. He is engaged. He will speak to anyone that wants to talk to him. Funny thing, all these emails we keep getting of complaint, nobody has asked, and I asked him, have any of these people asked to come speak with you? No. The answer is no. It is great to be an email warrior. The angst is strong on Facebook. And the only reason I'm on Facebook is because I like to have a pulse on what's going on. Otherwise, the only thing I use it for is communicating with family and about here's what's going on with my kids. But I need to have a finger on the pulse. So I do that. I like to know what's being said. That way, maybe we can head off some of the rumor mill. All right. But we cannot fault him for not wanting to do the best possible job for our kids, for our teachers. We are the largest employer in the county. Think about that. Think about how many people rely on him for decisions. Yes, we are his bosses, but he gets hundreds of emails a day. And we, if we're not getting a response, shoot him a text. Say, hey, I have some questions about that thing I sent you. Can you give me a call when you have some free time? And that's always what I say because he's the busiest person I know. He's sending emails at 2 o'clock in the morning in response to things, and I'm a night person, so I'm also sending emails, and he's sending an email out, and I'm like, why are you still awake? Nights, weekends, anytime I need him, he will reply. I send him a text. I'm in the middle of this right now. Can I call you after? Yes, absolutely. I will wait for your call. I do not feel like I have a communication issue with him because I am open to communication, and when I have a question, I let him know. That's on me. That is my responsibility to make sure that he understands what I am thinking and that I am 100% honest with everything I think. I don't keep things inside. I'm not good at it. I'm a terrible liar. If anybody even thinks I'm lying, I start blushing like mad, and they're like, are you lying? I'm like, no, I'm embarrassed that you think I'm lying. All right, so I am going to tell you everything I think. And because I believe, number one, again, in the gospel, I am going to do it in the kindest possible manner I can, because for me, that is my priority. I am going to be the kindest person on the freaking planet if I can. I had a huge flag in my classroom every year, and that was my class theme every year. In a world where you can be anything, be kind. I was the graduation speaker at Southeast High School several years ago. The student body voted for me to be the graduation speaker. My whole speech, this was 2021. We know what the political climate was. We know how nasty people were being online. My entire speech was on kindness and going out there and being kind to each other. Not nice, being kind, because there's emotion behind that. You put your heart into kindness. Being nice, anybody can do. But kindness is what we need in this society. And if you spend even 5 minutes on Facebook, you know what I'm talking about. Lots of people said lots of nasty things about me during my campaign. I'd see them in person, they're like, hi! I'm like, yeah, I know who you are. Don't come over here and hi at me when I know all the nasty things you said to me or about me online. That doesn't work for me. Be who you are behind the screen as well as in person, because kindness is everything. My integrity is everything. Following the teachings of Jesus Christ, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, is in my core. So now I'm going to touch on some of the things that have been discussed today, now that you've got the feel of me. On February 28th, we had a semi-FSBA board training. The board as a whole elected to not do master board training. For those of you in the room that don't know what that is, the Florida School Board Association is a group of all the school boards in the state. They are invaluable. As a new board member, the only one on the board who has never done this before, they have trainings. I am going to every single freaking one of them. And pardon my use of freaking, because that's the word I'm going to use, because I can't use the other one. I have been to every single one of them because I want to be the absolute possible best board member I can be. And that's on me. To be the best possible me, to Mr. Tatum's point, that I can be. I'm going to do everything I can. I want to know about finance. That's my downside. And Ms. Sellers has been very patient in answering lots of questions for me as I'm trying to learn how to figure out the budget. So we go to these trainings. Now Florida School Board Association will come to us and work with our board and superintendent, and it's live, and actually at least one person in the audience today witnessed that. And we talk about the things that we are having issues with. That's part of that meeting. It's to work on our communication. So, like I said, I'm a journalist at heart and a teacher at heart. So I always bring things for show and tell. And I always make sure I have evidence to back up what I'm saying. So, Exhibit 1. This is the worksheet that we were given at that 3-hour meeting. The very first thing on here is board and superintendent communications. The board expects, the superintendent expects, and it goes on. We barely touched on this because we had another meeting in a half an hour. We shot through this thing so fast, and we didn't even make it past the first page. There are, let me make sure I'm accurate. 1, 2, 3. 3 pages of questions on here that we should be discussing to make sure that we are effectively communicating with each other. We shot through this because we had a PowerPoint, which I also have here if you want to ever see what it is, that took up most of the time, and then lots of discussion about the PowerPoint and other things. Half an hour to talk about our communication is not enough. I requested full master board training, but nobody else wanted to do that. So I took what I could get. I then requested at the end of this that we go back and work on this again because we did not do it right. We did not finish this. That has not been done. And here we are having a problem with communication. With regard to the cases that are still ongoing, I just want to note 2 things. With the first case that is still pending, that they can't speak to. I regret my decision to vote the way I did. I regretted it 5 minutes after the fact because I trust him. And I showed a severe lack of trust in going against his recommendation. I regretted it immediately. Even if I was the sole voice, I should have said, no, I don't agree with this. I should have. I can't go back and fix it. That's on me. I would also like to say that there was a lot of complaint about suspension with or without pay pending investigation. And the board decided to suspend with pay. Then we get to the case from last month. Now the board or people in the public, and there's discussion again about firing this person versus accepting resignation under investigation. And we've hashed it out. Accepting resignation under investigation is the exact same thing in the long run. If you don't believe me, talk to the attorneys. They've already spelled it out. Or if you want to talk to me again in private, I can read you all the documentation to the 20 some odd emails that I sent out and replied to every single person who emailed me in complaint. I replied to every single one of them. Some of them I'm still in dialogue with via email. And with every single one of those, I said, if you have any more questions, please let me know. I will be happy to discuss them with you. All right, of those 20 some odd emails, 2 people said they had wanted to talk more, so we've been in correspondence. 2 people thanked me for explaining everything to them in detail. They now completely understand the board's decision. They have closure on this issue, and they even sent back recommendations on how we could proceed and how we could better communicate with the community. I forwarded those to Dr. Wysong. Here are some great ideas brought to us. Rather than just complaining, bring me a solution, right? We say that a lot. They brought solutions. I forwarded them on. The other 17 or so people never responded. I guess they're okay. So that's what I have to go with, because they never responded. I didn't get a thank you. I didn't get anything. So I have to guess they're okay because they didn't come back at me with more questions. There's been one more email since then. If you're watching, I will get to you. It's been a little busy. Graduations every night have taken up my time. And I don't like to send important emails like that from my phone. I want to sit down on my computer and do it right and thoroughly. I will get to you. All right. So in that case, as well, now it's we should have gotten rid of them right away. Why didn't we react right away? Well, ongoing police investigation, if you have questions about that, there's law enforcement in the audience. I'll direct you there. All right. If we interfere in any way, which is this is one thing I did not say from the dais before. Well, 2 things. If we interfere any way in the investigation, the district will be charged with obstruction. We cannot remove things from the classroom. We cannot spread information. We can't do anything because we will be charged with obstruction. We don't want that, right? We don't want to interfere. Second thing, the other thing that I should have said from the dais, but I forgot. If we violated his civil rights, his due process, his contract, he will now have a completely, from us, made case against us to sue us. And he would win. And then he could also get his record expunged. So not only does he get now a ton of money from us, hundreds of thousands of dollars in a lawsuit from us, he also gets his record cleaned. I didn't want to go there either. All right, so if anybody's questioning still, my thoughts on that. Moving on. So if we're gonna get mad at him for not giving the first case due process and then get mad at him for giving the second case due process, what is he supposed to do with that? How is he supposed to handle the next thing? Because there's always a next thing, and a thing after that, and a thing after that, and a thing after that. How is he supposed to deal with that? What does he do now? We are not communicating effectively with him. We are giving him mixed signals. That is on us. That is our responsibility. We need to be consistent. If any of you have ever tried to raise a child, what happens when you're not consistent? Oh my God, that's what happens. It is not a good look for this board to be inconsistent. And now we are at the court of public opinion right now. We are being crucified. And I'm going to have to call out Mr. Choate for a second when he said we felt that it would be better to do this. We is not all of us. All right? Because this person over here was not involved in that decision making.
Can I rebuttal real quick? The
Yes.
we was Dr. Weissong and I talking about when to set the meeting.
Thank you very much, but I needed to
I'm
clarify.
the chair to make the meeting, but yes,
Yeah.
was it the board? Correct.
Yeah, I needed to clarify that.
Correct.
All right. So this decision was made. I was upset about that because we already have on the schedule, in less than a month from now, a meeting to go over his evaluation. This Friday, his self-evaluation is due to us. This Friday. Why are we doing this week when we already have it on the schedule to do it in a month? We are in the middle of graduations, end of year, testing. We are throwing our teachers for a loop right now. They're trying to concentrate on final exams, testing, getting these kids through the end of the year, and they're sitting in their classrooms right now not knowing what's going to happen today. And because we're doing it at 9 o'clock in the morning, they can't even weigh in. They can't. But, number two, I have printed out every single email I've gotten from anybody regarding this meeting today, except for the 3 or 4 that came in while I was driving here. All right, so I have 24, and this is not counting the public speakers today, 24 emails of support from teachers, administrators, retired teachers, citizens, and 2 board members. I have 4 negative letters with and 3 of them have no basis for their request to have him fired. It's just he needs to be fired. No evidence, no basis on which they're telling me this. One of them is somebody stating that I have talked to 20 people who are all want him fired and who feel threatened. Who are those 20 people? I don't work on hearsay. It's not admissible in a court of law. It's not admissible with me. Then we got another email from that same person saying that he talked to a principal, and the principal said that every single person on their staff, and of course I don't work in absolutes either, every single person on their staff wants him gone. Who's the principal? What's the school? Again, hearsay. That's going in the circular file, because I can't work with hearsay. You have something to say, you need to tell me. Come to me, tell me, call me, email me, set up a meeting with me. I will talk to you. I will talk to anybody. Drives my kids crazy because I talk to strangers in the grocery store. I will talk to anyone. You just got to ask me. And at these graduations, Friday, the 2 on Saturday, the 1 yesterday, colleagues are coming up to me, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. I can tell you what my fears are. I can tell you my own position, but I can't tell you what's going on because I don't know. And then the scuttlebutt, right? The scuttlebutt is flying. Well, that's because they have somebody else already in mind. I don't know if you guys have heard that one. There's somebody else already in mind that they want to shove into that role. They're upset that they can't make staffing. The board is upset that they can't make the staffing decisions, although that's not our job. We need to stay in our lane. Let's see. Things aren't being done at a particular high school the way one of the board members wants it done, so they need to force out the superintendent so that they can get their agenda on the table. These are the things I'm hearing. I'm hearing about small town politics. I'm hearing about just some crazy things too, which I'm not going to bring up because I don't want to perpetuate that. Some things that are totally off the wall. Coming down, like trickling out of Tallahassee, all right, kind of stuff, all right. So this is what's out there. And we have a responsibility to our constituents, to our staff members, and to everybody who works for our staff member to be as upfront as possible. And doing this at 9 o'clock in the morning was not the way to do it. We should have put this off until his review next month. When school's out, people are able to come, weigh in. Transparency, guys. Transparency. And the stuff going around the internet is insanity. This short notice, this makes us look so bad. We look terrible right now to the public. And 3 of you are up for re-election. We look terrible right now. Our staff, all these people, the biggest employer in the district, they're going to lose serious faith in us. I work really hard for my integrity and to make sure that when I walk into a school, I tell the principal, please just call me Heather, view me as a teacher. Please don't view me as the scary board member because that's not who I am. I said the other day, it gives me fits when people call me Mrs. Felton all the time. I want to just be Heather. Unless I'm sitting up here and you guys are required to call me Mrs. Felton, please just call me Heather because that's who I am. The Honorable Mrs. Heather Felton, when I got that first letter, I was like, oh my God, gag. Okay, because I'm a teacher. I'm a parent. I am an advocate for kids. This is who I am. And I do not like that my integrity is being questioned by this. I feel like it's an attack on me as well. So I am confused about what's going on. Why are we doing this now? Why in the last 2 weeks of the semester? During graduation week, we should be spending all of our time celebrating our fabulous students, all they've achieved, all their accomplishments. When we get to the board meeting this evening, the slideshow will tell us all the great things these kids have accomplished. And then, of course, the cost, which Mr. Tatum brought up. We've talked about the severance. Per his contract, the 6 months plus the severance, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, okay? The financial impacts beyond that, looking for a new superintendent, unless there is, according to the rumor mill, somebody ready to be foisted in here. Looking for a new superintendent search, that was expensive. 3 of you were on the board during that. You've been on the board for other ones.
No, I have not.
Oh, you have not, but you followed it. You know what it's like, though. That's a lot of time and a lot of money, and leaving a lot of uncertainty of what's going on in our district. Ms. Sellers, I warned you I was going to put you on the spot. If we make this decision today, what are the other factors that you told me are going to be affected?
So the search last time for 2023, just with FSBA, was over 40,000. And then one of the biggest impact is right now we've got the 25-26 budget is being developed right now. We have workshops that we're presenting to you that we've been working on with the superintendent for One coming up this Friday, we've got 2 workshops. Then we still have the one voted mill that's coming up at the beginning of June. And then we still have the general fund and the staffing coming up at the end of June. Even though the legislature hasn't given us a budget, we will be putting one together for you guys for the next fiscal year. And a lot of time underneath the superintendent's direction is we have to move forward. We have to get the contracts out. We have payroll to still meet. So we've got grants that are coming in that have to be signed by the superintendent so that we can apply, send them up to the state.
And those are on a limited time that we have to apply.
Those are on a time. So we have the cost of time and with him, the cost of knowledge of the budget that is being built to be presented to you.
Okay. Other considerations there. And in addition to those things, the budget stuff, we are in the middle of rezoning this district. He's been working really hard on this with his team. This week, we're supposed to find out what some of those options are. We have the sales tax question with the charter schools. That's supposed to be workshopped this week. We have 4 schools under construction, 3 of which are in my district. Opening over the next 2 years. 2 schools opening in August, 2 schools opening the following August, and then we have the high school that we're discussing for the following year. We have the Polytechnic program that we're looking at for Bayshore. There's other ideas that I had that I've discussed with the superintendent that I was hoping to bring to you later. We have a lot going on right now. Is this really the best time to be doing this? And as Mr. Tatum brought up, our metrics are looking outstanding. Here's number 3. All right. So our graduation rates. I have to give a shout out to Southeast because I taught there. They're 3rd in graduation rate with 94%. Good job, Southeast. Lakewood Ranch is 95.9. Parish Community is 95.7, and then Southeast. All of these, with the exception of Horizons, are above 84% graduation rate. That's terrific. And we're still not done yet because there's still kids that are still working on this because we all have summer graduations. This isn't done yet. This is incomplete data. All right, we've got the email we got the other day with fast updates. Again, still not complete, but there are pluses next to every single school showing their gains. Every single school. Then we've got the science assessment. Again, pluses next to every single school showing their gains. Others tests are still coming in, things that we don't have yet. This is good stuff, folks. This is positive. And then, of course, there is the evaluations from last year. Not being here, I got them all, everybody's personal accounts of what they wrote. And with the exception of one board member, everybody ranked him above a 4.1. And to let the public know what that means, a 4 is meets expectations, has demonstrated goal attainment and or a high level of performance for designated performance objective. And the other board member put acceptable or satisfactory, which is a 3, has demonstrated progress towards goal attainment or an acceptable level of performance for required performance objective. There is no improvement expected, and there's no unsatisfactories. So if he's ranked 4 out of 5, what is the problem? And then, of course, there's our legal responsibilities. Now, being the research person I am, I have been printing out and reviewing all of the statutes on district governance, the responsibilities of the, although I know this already, I wanted to review, the board superintendent relationship, what the superintendent's responsibilities are, how to develop administrative procedures, which we need to work on, district organization, civility and conduct. There's a section on that. You know, there's lots in here, and because I deal in paper and not online, I brought my book. And I've been putting tabs in this. In case you're curious, folks, this is the Florida School Laws 2024 edition. This is not small. I'm still working my way through this thing. Because I want to make sure that I am the best possible board member I can be. I want to make sure that I'm doing right by our kids. And I know you're already tired of hearing from me, but I have a couple things I want to wrap up with. No, you cannot please everyone all the time. There's no such thing as universal popularity. And if you'll forgive a paraphrase from Harry Potter, Professor Dumbledore is telling Hagrid that if he, as the head of Hogwarts, the headmaster, was holding out for universal popularity, he'd never leave his office again. There's no way people will be happy with everything we do or everything he does. People are unhappy with me all the time. But you know what? I can't please everyone. I can do the best I possibly can and be the best possible me, the best possible board member I can, and stick to my integrity. And here he is, I'd like to point this out too, that we are in the second year of his contract. He is still working with the strategic plan set forth by Cynthia Saunders and an mostly entirely different board with over 200 metrics, I might add, which is ridiculous. And he's still bringing forward gains. He's still doing the things we're expecting of him. Think how much further Dr. Wysong can take our district when we are able to set our own strategic plan and vision, with his buy-in and with our buy-in. And then the buy-in of all these people that work here. How much farther we can go as a district. We can be outstanding. I have absolute faith in our school district. I loved working here. My kids went through K through 12 and MTC because I have full faith in this school district. Even when I quit teaching, and that was a lot of it based on other things, including the past superintendent. Even when I quit teaching, I still had faith in this district. I still volunteered at Southeast to help the IB kiddos that I was leaving behind. Because I love our kids. I love our schools. I love our district. And we are an amazing, amazing district. And we have been boring. And here we are with news cameras and video cameras and people taking pictures of me right now while I'm talking. And we are no longer boring. And if you followed what happened in Sarasota when they did this, I don't want to be that. We deserve better, or we should provide better for our staff, our parents, our kids. So my recommendation is this, because I'm going to bring solutions. Like Mr. Tatum, I don't think we're ready for a divorce. I think we need counseling. I recommend that we go forward with a fair evaluation next month, that we continue working with either an outside group or with the FSBA to work on our communication with each other, that we work on fixing the pertinent policies that have been affected by the incidents here in this district, And by the way, he started working that on already without direction from us on how to do that. He's already been working on that, even though he knew we were going to be sitting here. And that it was entirely likely that he wouldn't have a job in an hour. He was still working on this for whoever came after him to fix the problems that we had. And because we have clear protocols when there's fast arrests. Somebody does something, they get arrested, the criminal case is really easy, pop, 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 they're gone. We don't have policies in place when it's a long, drawn-out mess, and we need to fix that. And he's already working on that, knowing that he may not be here for tonight's meeting. We need to continue moving forward. We need to work on our communication skills, and we can reevaluate this in December or at a later date. But now is rushing things. And to conclude, like I said, the FSBA has been invaluable to me as a new board member. And Tina Pinkerton over there at FSBA sends out the leadership lessons to those of us who are new on the board. And I kept 2 of them because they're part of my why. First thing, it is hard enough to do the job that you have been elected to do. Please don't try to do the superintendent's job also. I cannot begin to tell you how much damage this can do to a school district. You've heard me say it many times, stay in your lane. Second, take time to get to know your fellow board members. Trust within your team is built by developing one-on-one relationships. Remember, you can talk about food, family, and fun without violating Sunshine Law. Third, disagreeing with a fellow board member or the superintendent is normal. The key is how you do it. Disagree agreeably. Remember, you are there to do the best for the students in your district. Monitor yourself. Ask yourself, if a classroom of our students were sitting in the audience, how would I respond? Finally, never stop learning. It doesn't matter how long I'm sitting in this seat. If I'm reelected and I'm here for the full 8 years, I still won't know everything about this job. I need to keep learning and growing as a board member. And I believe the same for everybody. And the last thing. As a school board member, your responsibilities are wide-ranging. Budgets, policies, personnel, facilities, and more. It is easy to get caught up in the complexity of governance and the urgency of day-to-day issues. But at the heart of every agenda item, every motion, and every vote is the same core question. How will this decision impact students? The best school boards never lose sight of their primary purpose, to create the conditions for students to learn, grow, and thrive. That doesn't mean avoiding hard decisions or seeking easy answers. It means staying grounded in your why. When faced with competing interests and contentious topics, it can be helpful to pause and ask, would I make the same decision if a classroom full of students was watching me right now? Because in a way they are. Your leadership shapes not only the experiences of students today, but the trajectory of your entire community tomorrow. When children are at the center of your decision-making, your work becomes not just about governance, but about legacy. Remember, it's not about you, it's about the students. Keep first things first. And with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Anything else from board members?
I do, but Mr. Tim.
Okay.
Briefly, I'll be brief.
I kind of wanted to echo Ms. Felton that a couple points. Number one is, if we could be so graceful as to go through counseling instead of the divorce, there's benefits for all of us too, right? We're going to become better people. This is one of those what I call crucible situations that you go into and you say, man, if we could work through this, wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? It also would not let the superintendent off the hook, so to speak, right? He knows that we've brought up some issues to him. A couple of us have brought them to his attention. There are commonalities amongst us. So it's not like we're pushing this under the rug or we're not acknowledging it, right? That's what counseling is for before you go through the divorce, is there are issues and they need to be looked at. If we do decide to go through the counseling, if we have the grace to do that, I would recommend that each of us start reflecting on what was said today. How am I part of the problem? What could I start doing differently? That we have a workshop scheduled for next month. We can talk about whether we want to do some professional leadership training. I even have some feedback formulas that we could start using if we don't want, whatever that might be. And so at this point, I will make a motion, and I kind of did my little research here, to indefinitely postpone this motion that's on the floor. And I'll read what it says here about the parliamentary way to do that. A motion to postpone indefinitely needs a second, is debatable, which we've kind of already debated it, and takes a majority vote to pass. And so what that will do is, like I said, it doesn't take the issue and make it go away. It's just an indefinite postponement until we can try to go through some counseling before we go through the divorce. And Dr. Weissong is just as much a part of that as we are. He has the responsibility of thinking, how did I get here? How am I part of the problem? And what am I going to do differently as we go through this counseling process to see how we can get better? So I make the motion that we postpone indefinitely the motion that's currently on the floor to remove the superintendent, and I'm looking for a second.
I would be happy to second. For discussion, of course. Because I know other people have things to say.
So we got a motion and a second. Anybody discussion on that particular? Because we got to vote on that particular item before we move to the previous motion.
If
So
I
go
may.
ahead.
Yeah, Mrs. Felton, Heather, at your request, Heather, you brought up 4 things that I want to address quickly, and I appreciate the background, everything you went through. I know, without a doubt, you're a person of the highest integrity. We are sitting on opposite sides of this issue, and this is what happens with boards, and I'm actually, I feel like I know you better now than I did when we walked in here this morning, but I want to assure you I would never question your integrity or your motivations or anything like that. And one of the things that I wanted to respond to you about is the content of this motion, and you said, why this week? And I said off the top, that is the timing of this issue is problematic, and the optics of it are problematic. I don't think there was any ill intent at all. Like the chair said, he and the superintendent got together and figured out the schedule, so it would fall. I assume it would fall after the last graduation, and so, frankly, again, if I did not make this clear earlier. The why this week is because I'm ready to make a change, and I think we can make a change and come and be in the exact same direction we are on right now. We can have the exact same culture that we've heard so much about from principals and teachers who have emailed. Excuse me. And, you know, it's like when I spoke to the superintendent in early May, the reason I was looking forward to not looking forward in the sense of like, oh, this is going to be great, I'm looking forward to it. But when I was looking ahead to tonight's regular meeting, I thought, you know what, I'd like to make a change. And I need to say this to the superintendent to share what I'm thinking. And if we're going to make a change, we need to do it as soon as possible. And dragging out into June, it's just another month delay for me. And I haven't heard anything today, and I have a few more things to say, that makes me think that I'm going to change my mind a month from now. And I have been through counseling, and it's the only reason I'm blessed to be in a long-term relationship with the most wonderful person I've ever met. And the only reason that we are still together is because we have gone to counseling a few times, and we would not have survived without it. And so I deeply appreciate what you're both getting at. But I have some significant problems which I mentioned earlier, and I'd like to bring up one more, but I'm not going to do it yet. But it will provide some context about why I think we need to do this now. And so therefore, I'll stick to the motion. I'm not going to support the motion. I have a few more things, but I'll wait.
You have something?
I'm not going to support that motion either.
Yeah, I'm not going to support that motion either. Sorry. So we'll go back to the original motion. Did you have something? Did you raise your hand?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No.
I'll just briefly, just real quickly say, first off, I want to thank you guys for everything you all said. I agree with actually Mr. Kennedy that I learned more about you, and I knew about your skills. I think we're at a point for me, last year's evaluations, my evaluation will be way different than last year's due to things that have happened this year. So last year that wasn't that way, right? I'm a little, I'm not, because I don't think you meant it this way, but just because we are on a different side of this coin here, this decision, doesn't mean that we lack integrity and those sorts of things. And I'm not saying you meant that at all, but I want to make sure that, there's no board member accuses this board member of lack of integrity. I don't think it was. And I get this is an emotional situation. I also, I'm not going to get in. There's still things even, and one of the reasons why I don't support the motion pushing it back. There's been a communication issue, and just this week on Friday it happened yet again with the principal movements. We were told there was going to be movements. We didn't know who it was and where it was, what school, what principal, etc. And so on Friday at 4:15, an email went out. I didn't see it. It's Friday at 4:15. I get a call at 4:30. Sister, cousins, best friends, etc. People all over this county. Who is moving where? And I don't know. I wasn't told of anyone moving where, here, there. And that was during this whole process. And so I think we have a difference of how we should go about being in this position. What I believe is needed. There's no question. I think there's gains, of course. Academically, we've been doing well. I think someone said 3 to 5 years. We've been doing well since getting out of COVID. Mm-hmm. I think that comes down to our, which has been great. The last two, when we had the transition from superintendents, we lost nobody. That to me is the key. You go look at your teams, etc., especially in sports that are great. They have their nucleus around them. Doesn't matter the coaches, etc. Sometimes it's the nucleus around them, and I think that we've got great teachers and staff, and I don't think that's going to change. And yes, listen, I don't like this. I don't like that we have this going on. But this I don't see in 6 months in December when we have to have this conversation. I just don't see a change. And I don't see myself saying, no, this is still the direction I want to go. I don't. I'm not going to say sorry. I mean, it's just something that that I feel that we're not in the right spot. We don't have that right person. And I'm not going to get into other stuff that I could go down it. But I listen, nobody's perfect. I'm certainly heck not perfect. Nobody is, and I'm not asking anyone to be perfect. But I'll also, and it's not just because of the gullet situation. This is not just because of, this is just kind of multiplied together to create the situation we're in. But I don't think that a month from now, when evaluations were due, that's going to change anything. I don't see 6 months from now, and then we're in December, and it doesn't change anything. Now we're in the middle of the year doing this all over again. I just, and again, to the meeting today, it was going to be brought up tonight's meeting and added from what we had gathered from a conversation, and that's why I didn't want to wait till tonight, which looks like we may be into tonight anyways. But so maybe in hindsight that should have happened. Just let it happen tonight. But I was trying to avoid that. So hindsight, I'll look at that and say maybe that's my fault. Maybe we just should let the chips play and let them fall how they fall. But we're here now, and I'll yield. I know somebody else had something.
I'm done. I'm ready to vote.
Oh, no, I just wanted to, I have some more things, but I think we can call the question. I asked that we call the question.
Right.
Or maybe it's not even, maybe we're ready. I'm sorry. I withdraw that. I withdraw that.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Are you wanting to say something else?
I do, but I want to get through this motion first because it's not, the things I want to say are not relevant to the motion that's on the floor right now.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So you're not calling the question.
I'm not.
If
I'll
anybody-
just let it
does
come to
anybody
its
have
own
anything
natural.
else to say?
Sorry, I apologize.
I just will make the point that I hear you all, but the unintended there's that whole unintended consequences of what we're about to do thing. Removing leaders without cause, because when the metrics are going in the right direction and morale is good, without giving them him or her the opportunity to get feedback and to do better, when he's not acting unethically or illegal or immoral, is a monumentally risky thing to do, and that's what every leadership executive, coach, educator that I've talked to is telling me. And again, they don't know the whole situation, but that is the summary of the situation. Because we're having communication problems, we're going to remove him without cause, even though the metrics and morale and ethics and legal procedures are going well and have not been violated. That's a monumentally risky thing to do. And if you don't like the decisions, as Ms. Felton said, we can work through the process of how we deal with personnel issues and recommendations about whether people are put on administrative leave with pay or without pay. Like I said, what would be helpful if you're not feeling you're getting enough information, maybe you need a bi-weekly update from the superintendent. I want to get on your schedule Wednesday at 6 and Friday at 5, and I don't feel like, and that will give him the clue bird, like, oh, I need to be focused on this. The brain responds to positive feedback. Once the good things start happening, he'll get the clue bird maybe. But the point is, he's never been given the opportunity to really get this kind of feedback that we're giving him and an opportunity to do better. And we're going to go through a divorce, and having been through one myself, I can tell you that the unintended consequences are miserable and horrible, and we don't see what they're going to be. It could be that, everything will go on fine. It's just a widget, pull out widget 1 and put in widget 2, and everybody else keeps going on their merry way. But that's not how things work in the human world. Right? Take that into consideration when you. That's all I'll say about that.
Chairman, can I have an opportunity?
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you. Good afternoon now, board members.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I do want to thank you all for setting this aside for a few days so that we could focus on graduations and students. I think you all know students should be at the center of everything we do, and I didn't want this to happen yesterday with Southeast graduation last night, so I'm glad we were able to wait. I'm certainly dismayed that we've reached this point. When I decided 2 years ago to sign the contract and to come to Manatee, it was certainly with the hope that that I would be here far longer than the first 3-year contract. So obviously I never imagined that after the first 2 we'd be discussing parting ways. I just want to explain the reason why my personal attorney reached out to Mr. Dye was that in the course of talking with each of you, it became clear not only that at least 3 of you were interested in making a change, but that there was interest in the quick change. And of course, I was aware of the 90-day notice in the contract, and I didn't want to get to that point where we were at conflict over contract language. I think one of my jobs as superintendent is to model civility and dignity for kids. And I didn't want to get to that point where 3 of you wanted to make a change at 5:30 today and we couldn't do that because of the contract. So that was the reason why there was a lot of pre-negotiation. Obviously, my preference is to continue to serve as superintendent. I'm very proud of what's been accomplished in the first 2 years. And I regret that that some of you are not happy because I'm an educator at heart. I want to meet people's expectations, and it's unfortunate that we're where we're at. I certainly regret missing emails here or there. We communicate a lot by text, by call. The days are long. Some of you prefer communication early in the mornings. Some prefer later at night. If you glance through my calendar, I try to do as many evening events as I can. And Chairman, you may be right that ultimately maybe I put too many hours in, not in this building, not in my email. That may be a fair criticism. But again, it wasn't anything intentional. It was never my desire to not meet your expectations around communication. I think we've talked about the FSBA training, where we spent a lot of time talking about structure and governance relationships, and obviously we needed to spend more time on communication and feedback loops. I have strived to keep you all updated on the daily things that are happening in schools. I shared in advance that there were going to be some principal transfers. I didn't go through the specific ones because we spent many hours working on that, and the reason for the timing was not that we were trying to rush it at the end of the week. It's because at every school involved, we looked at the testing calendar and we tried to figure out where do we do this in such a way that we can clearly communicate what we're doing and not have impacts to kids the next day. But again, there's never a desire on my part for you to feel out of the loop. It has been a long, busy school year. We've dealt with a lot of unusual situations. I think that some of that has contributed. I don't think it advances what's about to happen for me to go through and respond to to every comment or allegation. I'm certainly not perfect, I have generally, over my 25 years in public education, tried to meet the expectations of my supervisor or supervisors in this case. With all that said, I am very proud of what's been accomplished. You all are correct. It's a very talented leadership team. That includes our principals, that includes the cabinet, and certainly I've met a lot of amazing teachers over the last 2 years. I do want to highlight for the record, and I understand the concern is not the metrics, but I think it's important. Last school year, we were up not just a little bit, we were up in all 11 state accountability categories. We attended to everything, not just one area. We didn't sacrifice one area for another. The preliminary results show we're up this year in reading and science, too early in math. But again, we've attended to every area, and some of that is because this team has embraced that we're teaching writing even when it doesn't count on the test. we're teaching speaking and listening, we're reinforcing all of those literacy skills. As Mrs. Felton, Board Member Felton shared, graduation rate is up. It was up 4 percentage points last year. We already know, not even counting this summer's graduates, that the group we just graduated is going to set an all-time high in Manatee for graduation rate. And regardless of who's sitting here next, that work has to continue because we can get this community above 90%, which is going to be a game changer for kids. So I hope that continues. Construction projects, new schools, existing facilities, there's over $600 million of work happening in this district right now. That takes a lot of time as well. 5 new schools over the next 3 years, a lot of planning time goes into that. And one of the feedback pieces last year in the evaluation was school bus transportation. And we've had a laser focus on that. We talk about it every single week at Cabinet down to the route level. And as a result, we're running more than 90% of our routes are running on time in the mornings the vast majority of weeks. It's been a tremendous improvement because we've focused on it. Our high schools are safer than they've ever been. Universal daily screening of security. We're ready to extend that to middle schools next year thanks to the board's investment in security. And of course, with overwhelming support from the voters in Manatee, we're able to maintain among the highest teacher salaries in the state. That's helping with both recruitment and retention. Board members, as you know, and I talked about this in my first Chamber of Commerce speech, I believe that the key to the long-term growth this district needs is retaining our principals. And I've spent a lot of time one-on-one with our principals because retaining them is part of the secret sauce to getting this district not just to an A, but to truly exemplary status. We lost just 3 principals last year to retirement. This year, we're losing 1 to Manatee Ed Foundation to lead that very important group, and the other is taking a leave of absence. But we've retained the rest of our principals. I can't stress enough how proud I am of that. That's our executive directors supporting our principals. That's our leadership team spending time with them all the time. The general operating fund is healthy. The reserve is sufficient to mitigate economic uncertainty. I came here understanding what this district has been through before, and I pledged to each board member that I interviewed with that we were going to watch every single penny, and we have. Financing for new campuses, has been secured. The repayment plans are reasonable, and we've also stabilized the employee health insurance fund, which was previously problematic. All of that is contributing to the momentum in the district, and I'm humbled to lead this leadership team. And board, you're in good hands with or without me because the 3 deputy superintendents are among the finest people I've ever worked with. Also, just knowing where this is headed, I thank all the employees and the educators I've met. There's remarkable work happening in our classrooms, and I did think it was important for a superintendent to see that and validate that and celebrate that, and to spend time in our schools. I do want to just, comment, because obviously there are a lot of factors that have been brought up today. Gullet Elementary was the most recent, and I was very focused at the last board meeting on following the policy and the procedure and what needed to be done. Certainly, I've been angry about the incident as well. My anger started the Sunday afternoon in March when I got a phone call, stepped away from my family, had the conversation, made immediate directives and decisions, and I've been angry ever since because educator misconduct stains our profession. And I understand the concerns about communications and transparency, but I always follow the advice of legal counsel, always. And when they tell me what I can't do, I don't do it, even if not following that advice would make things easier for us in terms of communication or transparency. Everyone wants transparency, but we have to balance that with the confidentiality, because my worst nightmare is something Ms. Felton alluded to. It's an assistant state attorney saying we can't prosecute a case because of something that happened in another agency. I did meet with a parent group last week from Gullett and McNeil. It was a 2-hour conversation. It was very productive. I think we've learned a lot as a team, and yes, whether I'm here or not, board, I'm going to leave you with a document of considerations, things that I would be implementing if I were here, based on, again, a very unique situation where you have a prolonged investigation as opposed to a couple things that have happened in the past where arrests are quick and there's a very clear guidebook in place. But I do think we've learned a lot, and again, I will leave those considerations with you. I do wish that there was a path forward. I think my style of work is adaptable to the board's expectations. I'd love the opportunity to try to do that. I think the third and fourth year of the superintendency, particularly as an external employee coming from the outside, is different than the first 2 years. And I think the way of work can change. Certainly wanted to meet your expectations. I also hope there's understanding that I think the thing that's most unique about the superintendency is that you do work with 5 bosses, each of whom have no power individually, but collectively have all the power. And I also feel for each of you, because sometimes you tell me things that I can't share with anyone else because I'm never going to be a conduit. I'm never not going to follow state law, no matter how much more difficult it makes it. But I'm also the person who carries the weight of each of your perspectives, and often they're in conflict. And trying to figure out how to move that forward is part of the work. And so I would welcome the counseling opportunity, Mr. Tatum. I'm not sure. It sounds like that's where we're headed today, but I would be willing to do it. And I want to be on record that I'm not giving up on the employees and the students and the families of this district, but I will get out of the way if that's what you all want. And if that's where we're headed, I'm going to leave today with my head held high. I've done everything I said I was going to do when I interviewed. I always put kids at the center of the decision, even when it doesn't make adults happy. Again, I always follow the law, even when I don't personally agree with it. And we've talked about some things that we don't like at the federal level, at the state level, at the local level. That's your job as the elected officials, but I will always follow the law. And I also promised you that I would stay, or at least the board that I interviewed with, that I would stay far, far away from politics, and that I would focus on education and kids, and that's what I've done. I would also be leaving very proud of the fact that I've never made a decision here that's compromised my integrity. And I would love to get into all of the DOA stuff. I would love to be transparent about it. But again, I can't. And so I won't, because that's the rules of the game. There are probably some decisions that I could have made that would have been optically easier, would have been more expedient. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna violate law or policy or procedure. If we don't like the policy and procedure, we can work together to change it. But I'm leaving with my integrity intact, and it's been a privilege to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to call the question on the motion that's already on the floor about indefinite postponement. We still have that motion sitting out there.
From Mr. Tatum?
Mr. Tatum, yeah.
No, we do not.
Oh,
We
I'm sorry.
all three said we weren't going to support.
Oh, we
it.
did. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
If you're asking
Brain
to
fart.
bring that up,
I
you're going to have to make a new.
So
I'll go back to the.
We didn't vote on it. We just, I mean, you guys expressed your opinion on it, but you.
Yeah, we
didn't
did. We
vote.
all expressed opinions, but we didn't. I don't think we officially
Yeah,
voted.
That was an official motion on my part.
Why don't you
Yeah.
go ahead and vote?
On
Oh yeah,
that.
motion in progress. Thank you, Laura.
So is that what you're asking? To
Yeah,
question?
like let's clear this motion so we can get on to the original motion that was back on. That was on.
I do have one more comment to make, unless, if we're gonna not call a question, but.
Not at all.
I'm sitting here, I'm holding my wingman coin, right? And I'm looking at that formation, and one of the reasons that I'm not in support of removing Dr. Whitesong right now is because I have been part of the problem by not giving him regular and consistent feedback. And I share all of your some of your concerns about lack of communication, tone of voice, respondents to emails and stuff, but I know that I haven't done everything that I could do. I've been part of the problem, and so I'm not going to divorce him until I've actually gone through the counseling and tried to be a better version of myself to see if at the end of that, then if I really have been a better version of myself and he's had an opportunity to be a better version of himself, and I know that I've repaired the things that I've done that were a problem, not giving him consistent feedback, not maybe pushing the issue with us as a board, then I would be more apt to say, well, look, maybe we're going to go down this road and we're going to remove him. But I'm not in favor of removing him because I haven't been the best wingman that I can be. And if you all have to look into your heart and go, yeah, there's some issues with Dr. Whitesong, but if I've contributed to this problem, I have to own it to some degree, and I probably should go through counseling before I go through the divorce. If I in any way, shape, or form can have the self-awareness to look at myself and go, maybe I've been part of this problem, I would just submit that to you as you're considering your vote.
Mr. Chair, I am asking to call the question on the motion to indefinitely postpone, not the superintendent's contract.
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can come back. I just think we should clear this motion
Yeah.
and come back.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah.
We're ready to go.
Okay, great.
So to make sure I vote correctly,
It's your original your motion to postpone this.
okay, motion to postpone indefinitely this decision. Okay, it says it on my,
And then, Mr. Chair, if I may, once this, if our voice vote holds
Mine's
up.
not going through. It's a no for me. So that motion does not pass 2-3 with Tatum and Felton voting yes, Choate Spray, Kennedy voting no. Now we're back to the original motion. Mr. Kennedy, you had something else?
Yeah, I'll be even more brief than I thought because I appreciate the superintendent's comments, and like I said at the top, I think he has a very bright career ahead of him, especially given what he has learned in the 2 years that he has been here. I have some significant problems that I've already talked about, which I cannot overcome. Going to counseling, and Mr. Tatum, you are exactly right. Part of this is my fault too for being a poor communicator. But Heather, I wanted to go back to just real quick. You brought up a lot of things, but one of them was Sarasota, and I want to make sure everybody is very clear that this has absolutely no parallels to what happened in Sarasota with Superintendent Aspelin a couple of years ago. You and I this is a very diverse group of political bedfellows today.
Yeah.
So this has absolutely nothing to do with politics. I've seen it too, like, oh, is this a run out like Sarasota because he's not MAGA enough? And it has absolutely nothing to do with politics or ideology. It just has to do, for me, with my feelings about job performance.
May I respond real quick?
Oh, of course, yeah.
I appreciate you making that clarification because I don't want that. Again, as I said, the rumor mill is.
Yeah, and I know you brought it up in that context. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we hit that.
Yeah, I want to make sure we're on the same page.
The other thing too is we continue to trend as we have been doing since 2013. We just continue on an upward trend line we continue under Dr. Wysong's leadership of the past 2 years. He has continued the upward trend of financial stability. The fund reserve is, I thought it was like really high, 5 years ago. Now it's like incredibly high. So we are in incredibly good financial position. Our data does continue to come up, but we're getting data but there's no context with it. And for example, we got last week, I believe we got a fact sheet about the 3 through 12 ELA data, and I don't have it in front of me, so off the top of my head, I'll do like third grade, and this won't be exactly right, but close enough. So it says like third grade early data on ELA, and it says last year to this year, we're up 1 or 2%. Some grades are up 3%, some grades are up 5%. But that really there's no context there, because what is the important context is every year the test it's the same FAST, but it's a different test. So you need to compare those percentages to what is the state average. So for example, if last year third grade reading was at 50% and the state average was at 47%, the important data point is that we're 3 points above the state average. And then if this year we're at 53% third grade ELA, oh great, oh look at us, we're up 3%. But if the state average is 57%, we've actually fallen behind. Mm-hmm. And this is just the way data is massaged. And I'm not accusing Dr. Wysong of doing anything wrong. I'm just saying there is missing context. I don't even know who put it together. And Dr. Wysong, did you just say the graduation rate has gone up 4% from last year to this year?
We were at, I think we were at 81.5 in 23. Then it moved up to just into the 85 or so.
85.7
We're now sitting at
last year.
86.1.
And now we're at 86.1. Okay.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure, because and I could be wrong, but I thought I heard you say our graduation went up 4% last year. It's gone up 4% in the past 2 years, and it's only gone up. And I just want to be clear that it's gone up 0.4% from last year to this year. So that to me is important context that should be provided to the board and to the community. And that's just a statement that you can ignore, you can take with you if this vote goes the way we think it's going. And then finally, I just want to make a statement about the cost, and then I'm not going to say anything more unless somebody would like, you can reach me offline. But board colleagues, if you have something you want to ask me, that's fine. But I'll be done after this. But it's the cost. It's the way this whole thing came down, and then it's the way that this whole exit has come down. And when I was speaking earlier, I talked about I was taken back by. Superintendent has every right to ask for however much money he can negotiate out of the district, but that signaled to me that it was just, in my opinion, it was just really bad form to walk into your first superintendent job and ask for more than the previous successful superintendent was making. And now here on the way out, I mean, I tried to frame this in a way, and I was even working on this yesterday, that like, can we frame this as a resignation and still do this severance? And basically, I mean, Superintendent Wysong, I feel like that 90 days extra pay is really important. And this structure it's in your contract. And I know that that's how these contracts go these days, because superintendents that get hired, they want even more guarantees than the 20 weeks that is guaranteed by statute. And so this 90 days of advance notice is required so that when we come to a situation like today, so we not only have to pay 20 weeks, but then we also have to pay another 90 days. And again, that does not strike me as proper. But it's completely your decision, and you have a contract. And I'm frankly not very worried about the 90 days, because I think you're going to have another job, potentially as a superintendent, very quickly. So, but there are just. I only bring this up to inform the public about why I'm doing what I'm doing and what has brought me here. When I first talked to the superintendent 2.5 weeks ago, I said I want this exit to be beneficial to you, and I want you to leave in a positive light. And that unfortunately has not happened, and we've come to this. And about the timing, if anything, we could have done this tomorrow night. I agree. Like this needed to wait until after graduation week. But and Chairman, you don't have to answer me, but I feel like we've been put in this situation. Well, it doesn't matter. But like we could have definitely done this meeting tomorrow night, and because my original idea was like I'm gonna bring this to the May 20th meeting upon very good advice. It was like, why don't you do this outside of a regular meeting and just do a one item special? And then when it got announced, it was a 9 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, we're gonna get hammered for that. And here we are getting hammered, and we deserve to be hammered for it. But and Mr. Chair, that's not I'm not criticizing you. And I'm not going to inquire about whose idea at 9 a.m. this morning was, because this is going the way it's going. But that's the last things I wanted to share. And with that, I can say to the community, to everybody in this school district, I have now shared everything that has been on my mind and has been bothering me about this. And I hope that will at least answer some questions. And I'm willing to, I'm definitely willing to live with the fallout, because like I said, and I think this will be the third time I said it, I really do think this team that's sitting in the room, and I'm sorry you've all had to sit here through this, because really this is a meeting between the board. I'm sure you all could be out doing your jobs instead of sitting here for almost, this many hours. But I really do envision a scenario, and we can talk about this after this vote, where we do, we can talk about the search, but I can envision a situation where we're doing a faster search than a national search. And we have, before school opens in August, a new superintendent with exactly this same team in place. And I'm taking a risk, unintended consequences. There may be an exodus of cabinet leadership with the departure of Dr. Wysong. I have no idea. But I certainly hope that we have continuity of operations and curriculum of instruction. And I think we, through a search, can find a very good and qualified candidate, but I'll talk about it the next piece. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else?
So just to dialogue with Mr. Kenny a little bit.
Yeah.
So the critiques you brought up there, number one, the data.
Yeah.
Well, my first thought on that is, why would he do that? Like, why? I mean, he's a smart guy. Like, why would he throw out raw data to us without context? And the answer is something like, well, it's like electoral results that are coming in during the day. It takes a while to get the final answer of an election, but there are results that are coming in. You kind of watch them. So to me, it's just raw data. But the bigger point of that is that, again, it's that I'm right, he's wrong, right? I'm right, he's wrong. I'm right, he's wrong. Instead of maybe thinking through that or sitting down talking to him about why are we only getting partial data? And maybe you did, but giving him an opportunity to say something like, well, it's just raw data. It's just coming in. We're feeding it to you as quickly as we can, but eventually we will compile it all, and then we'll have a little analysis of it, but we're just feeding you the raw data, right? Like you're watching electoral results come in on the night of an election. And so that, again, that's like, I'm right, he's wrong, I'm right, he's wrong. And then as far as exiting out of his contract, I mean, if I had been brought into an organization and moved my family here and had a big mortgage on a house and all that, and then I got fired without cause, I would most certainly be trying to leave in the most beneficial way possible for me, especially if I had the metrics moving in the right direction. I had morale of the troops. I have overwhelming, when I say overwhelming, the vast majority of people that are writing us are in support of him. And then I was fired without cause. I'd most certainly be trying to get the best deal that I could in that type of situation, because who knows when he's going to get another job. He's still got to pay his mortgage. I don't know what bills he has to pay. We all got them. I'm just saying but again, it's that I'm right, he's wrong, instead of saying, well, why would he try and get the best deal? Well, because we're firing him without cause, and he moved here and he's got a mortgage and he's got to find another job and he's trying to set himself up the best that he can until he can get another job, you know, that. But that's for you to kind of think about in your own mind, like, have I really been this good wingman, right? Have I really tried to be helpful to him? Or am I just kind of mad and irritated and frustrated? And so I've got the power with the vote I'm going to take to show him how right I am and how wrong he is, instead of trying to go through some counseling and saying, could I be a better wingman to him? That's all I have to say.
Chair, can I call the
Thanks.
question now?
What's that?
Call the question on the vote now.
I think we're ready to vote.
Just so we know, calling the question requires a vote.
Requires a vote. That's what I'm
You
saying.
can't just
If you want
call
to,
the
if you
question.
want to call that question, we're going to have to vote on
Okay.
calling the
All right,
question.
all right. If
I
we're
think
ready to
we're-
vote, let's vote.
Maybe unless that was an
I
alarm.
need- Or that, or I need a
Looking at
break.
Paul, we're good. All right, I was, usually it's a safety deal.
Oh.
I don't see it up to vote on it just yet on the screen. I think so.
Point of order, you have to open it to public comment.
I already did.
We had public comment earlier today.
Oh.
Subject matter?
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This motion wasn't actually published on the agenda. This motion came up during the meeting. So, Mr. Dye, you can support me on this. This has just been precedent with the board in the past. If a motion is added after the agenda has been published and the meeting has started, if a new motion is introduced, we must take public comment. And I don't do that to extend this meeting. I just do that because we.
I'm comfortable with the public comment that's been had on the motion. If there's a second motion regarding interim superintendent, I think you should have another public comment on that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Okay, I apologize, Joe.
Okay.
So we're good?
All right. So we can go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor. Mine's not going through. I will after this, but it's a yes. So this motion passes 3-2 with Choate, Spray, Kinney being yeses, Tatum, Felton being noes. And I'll try to restart. Next order of business, board would be,
A recess.
yeah, I'll do a recess here in 1 second. So this one, the next one is, obviously, we've got to
Oh,
give authorization for the chair, the board attorney to negotiate terms with Dr. Weissong and his attorney. So I just need a motion.
okay, a motion to accept the terms of the amended superintendent's contract for you to work with that through the, Mr. Dye. So I'm looking for a second.
All right, there's a motion. Any seconds?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the motion?
It's a motion to accept the amended of the superintendent's contract that was presented to us today, and for him to go through the effective date would be today, with the 90 days, and the final date of employment would be August, as stated.
Okay, so that
Right,
period,
that
that's
is-
your motion.
Right, that,
Got it.
that is my motion, is to accept the agreement that Mr. Dye and Dr. Weissong and Dr. Weissong's attorney worked on, I guess.
Okay, no, I get it now. I wasn't quite clear when you first
Sorry, I'm
stated
not
it.
saying
Yeah.
it right, but
I got it
I
now.
need a break real quick.
Go
Okay.
ahead. I was going more on the motion of allowing us to finalize this.
Right, and that's what I'm
And then we'll
trying
bring
to
this
say.
back later on.
Motion to accept the amended for the board attorney to negotiate the terms of separation with Dr. Weissong, you as a chair, and our board attorney.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Dye?
Yeah, I think it still could be clarified a little bit. I would suggest you amend your motion to authorize the chairman and the board attorney to finalize the amendment to Dr. Weissong's contract that's been shared with the board.
I will withdraw my second.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, and I'll second the new as stated motion.
Okay, so we're good. It was the original,
It's a motion to direct the chair to work with Mr. Dye.
I can restate it.
Can you
She's got it.
please? Right.
I still don't see my, all
Yes, that's good.
Yeah.
right, so we have any discussion on this motion? All right, let's go ahead and vote on this motion. Ms. Spray,
I made the motion.
Kennedy
And I'll
second.
Second, that's me. Yep, go ahead. Sorry, didn't work. There you go. There we go.
A yes, but it's not working. Vote passes 5-0. And we need a recess. Board.
Sure.
We'll come back at, let's say, 1 o'clock. It's 12:46 right now. We're in recess.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back from recess. Okay. Next item for us this morning would be, of course, we need a interim superintendent for the time being as we look into then how our search is going to go and things like that. I certainly have a suggestion of an interim that I think
Can we do the motion?
we'll probably at
About
least
this?
transition for the next several weeks to month, however long it possibly takes. I think it's I don't want it to be just give you kind of my ideas here. I agree with what you said earlier. Oh yeah.
Point of order, public comment about this?
We don't have anything
Oh,
else.
I mean, I don't know if we got to sign up. I mean, I don't even know.
I don't know if anybody wants to, but I wanted to make sure that it was available.
We
if
haven't even
anybody-
brought it. Yeah, I don't know when you want to do that.
Like, when we have a motion.
Right.
I would say when we have a motion on what's going on. Yeah.
Correct.
I just
Yeah.
want to make sure it gets done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we won't. They don't have to go sign up. They just
Um,
can come up. So, obviously, I've had a couple of weeks to think about it. I did ask this individual this morning, hey, if how this goes, would you be willing to accept this? And my idea, and I would ask for a motion, would be Kevin Chapman, the chief of staff, to be our interim. I don't believe this is negative to say. I don't mean it like this. I don't believe that he is someone who would be superintendent moving forward. And I think if we put someone in as an interim now that would potentially want to be and put their name in for it, I think that's a difficult situation. So that's why I thought of Kevin. Obviously, everybody else knows him, but it wouldn't be someone that most likely is going to put name in the hat for permanent superintendent. So that's my initial thought. I'll let you guys discuss, or if someone agrees with me, whatever. So my Granicus is not let. So Mr. Kennedy, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I wanted to just suggest a longtime friend of the friend and partner of the district who is very well versed on our issues. He also, to your point, would not be somebody who would be applying for the job, and that's Dr. Bill Vogel. Dr. Vogel, if I may, just talk about him for a sec.
Yeah, we can talk
why
about
he
whoever
might
we
be a
want.
good
Yeah,
fit. So Dr. Vogel has been working as our negotiator for multiple years. He is very knowledgeable about the kind of where we are right now. He's not originally from Manatee County, but he lives here now. So I think, and honestly, I don't even know if he wants the job. But he, I don't know, maybe he's watching this now. But in all honesty, I did speak to him yesterday, and he did not. He said, "Well, I'm flattered that you would ask, but I need to do some due diligence." But I did want to just to put him out there as a possibility.
Thank you. Anybody else?
First, we need to get the motion to appoint, and
Well, yeah,
whether
I think we're just
whether,
talking.
I'm not, right, I'm not gonna put a name in because I think we just need to have the conversation, that we do need an interim. And it needs to be somebody that's not so vested in what we're doing right now with all the budget, the rezone, all the other things that have been going on behind the scenes, the building. It's just, there's so much going on. This has to be somebody that's got a little flexibility. I would not support Mr. Vogel, because I do know that he had stepped down from doing what he was doing in his role and was ready to move on with his life from the conversation I had with him last time. So,
Okay.
yeah. So I don't think that would be a good fit. And like I said, an individual needs to be it needs to be somebody that knows what's going on with our district and that's very flexible and not committed to a whole bunch of other projects, but has the knowledge of what's going on with our district overall.
I do think Vogel's an interesting idea because of his past, superintendent, etc. I know that he stepped away from what he was doing because of medical reasons, so I just don't know about that.
Right.
And I tend to agree that obviously we know we've got a lot of stuff going on, and so I think it's important that someone is privy to those things and not having to learn those things. Obviously, the budget season, the stuff that's happening, the rezoning, etc. So that's why I thought of Mr. Chapman. Go ahead. I think you were next. Thank you, Rachel.
Okay. I like Mr. Chapman. I think he's a valuable asset to the organization. I would go with, unless someone can give me a better option. I talked to Mr. Vogel last night after the graduation, and he said based on how the meeting went today, and I don't have any messages contrary to him wanting the job, he said he would be interested in having the job. And the reason I think he's a good choice is that he does understand, he knows some of the players, he understands the basics of our issues. I've actually put some thought into this. The problem right now is there needs to be healing, like one of the problems at least, is there needs to be healing between the board and the superintendent. And he's pretty good at that. He's definitely a relationship guy. He's done mediations like this. He's a mentor to other superintendents. He knows all of us personally. I think he has a good relationship with people, some of the senior members of the staff who he's negotiated with, for contracts and stuff. And so, and he's smart, and he's a former superintendent with a lot of experience. He understands rezoning. He understands school construction. He just has to get up to speed on what's going on in our district. But he has that. It's like learning how to fly a new plane, right? You're a good pilot. You have experience. We got to show you where the buttons are on this new plane. But once you get that, you'll be a good pilot in this new plane. And unless someone can show me somebody other than that, he would be my first choice. And I understand about wanting people within the district, but you have to have someone that with the leadership experience and the knowledge that a guy like that has and the relationship skills. And he's been through the whole gamut, superintendent, negotiator. Because we don't have anyone right now that perfectly fits the bill. Unless someone can make a better suggestion, that's the guy I would go with.
All right.
I would be open to hearing more about Mr. Vogel as well. If he's interested, as he seems to, I guess, indicated to Mr. Tatum, then I would be okay with that moving forward.
Yeah.
I particularly like the idea of having an interim who isn't interested in the job, so we can have a clean search.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that completely.
And he's not, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I don't think I can fully get behind, which it's just fine. Someone just got to call the question, right? I don't think I can fully get behind Mr. Vogel only because I don't think that getting up to speed is as easy as we think.
Yeah.
And I don't, no offense to Mr. Vogel. I mean, I just thought last time we saw him, his health, he was ready to be done with everything. And so obviously maybe not, right? And maybe he's being a nice guy, which I appreciate a lot, him to step in, because I think it's not going to be that easy of a job to take over the interim spot and continue with what we're doing. So, yeah, I mean, again.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Mr. Tatum, did you say that he called you last night?
I called him.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, because that was going to be my proposition, and I said, okay, because we had some conversations over the last couple of days, and he was thinking about it, and I said, okay, well, in 12 hours the meeting starts, so I need a thumbs up or thumbs down, and his comment to me was something to the effect of, I am interested, I would be willing to do it, depending on how the meeting goes. But I didn't see anything in the meeting that was crazy or over the top. I think he just wanted to make sure that we just that we still were kind of a stable group and it wasn't excessively emotionally over the top. And he said he was going to watch, and I haven't received any information from him that he wouldn't accept. I don't think he's trying to text us all now, like, pick me, you know? So,
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make clear, because I misheard you the first time.
okay.
So I don't want to make a motion to appoint an interim superintendent who may not want the job.
Right. I can't support Mr. Vogel, I really can't, based on health things that I've seen in the past few months. I would support Mr. Choate's recommendation of Mr. Chapman, who's been vested into our community, into our district. And this will be a very, very short-term role, and getting up to speed is going to be a little bit to get in there. So I would support Mr. Choate's recommendation,
Can I ask the,
so we could get that in and get rock and rolling. And also Mr. Chapman, I believed, helped us with the search before, in some kind of degree, I don't know, but organizing meetings and that kind of thing.
a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Mr. Dye, I guess part of my question is, if there's a vote to accept somebody as interim and we don't know 100%, I mean, where does that leave us the rest
Right.
of this afternoon to this evening's meeting, et cetera?
Well, you really need to appoint an interim, and we need to have them do the oath,
Okay,
which would be afterwards, and that gets sent to the state.
okay.
And we're prepared to do that. So with the questions about Mr. Vogel, I don't know how easy that would be.
Right.
Can we take just I know we've already been going, but a 5-minute recess and just try to get a hold of him? Like, do you want the job? Are you interested?
If we take a 5-minute recess, I'd rather take a 30, 45-minute recess. I'm looking around because, like, I know it's lunch, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
So if we're going to take a recess, I'd rather take a longer recess
Okay.
and then come back around, like 2 or whatever. But also, there's also staff. I also would, I mean, it's, we've got the 2:30 cybersecurity. Like, they're going to have, the superintendent's going to be ready for that, or this interim, and then get ready for the meeting tonight at 5:30.
My opinion, we need.
I don't even know where he's at, but I mean, board.
My
it's,
opinion, I think we just need to do that.
I'm giving this to the board. Do you want to take a recess to figure out Vogel's interest and have us call him, or do you want to move forward with something else?
I think we need to move forward. I think if Mr. Vogel was interested, he would have been here. That's just my
Well,
opinion.
that's one.
It's just my opinion. If you spoke to him,
Well, he said he didn't want to come to make it look like, I'm here.
I get no.
I understand that.
Especially with Dr.
But I
White
didn't
being
know you
there. And,
had
"Hey, I'm
that-
here, I'm going to get your job." I mean, he actually
I
told
did
me
not
that, like,
know you had that conversation with
you did,
him
because of the
last
sunshine.
night.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if you did that at graduation. It sounded like you did. I was at graduation.
It was afterwards that,
Okay.
after we got back in the car as I was driving home.
Oh,
because
okay,
This
all
was
right.
on my mind, like, okay.
I just think for continuity, we just need to move forward with a vote and go with Mr. Chapman. Because like I said, this is a very short term. We're saying a couple of months.
At most. I hope.
At most, 2 months. It's gonna take somebody coming in from the outside a month just to get up to speed, and I just don't think that's good for the district right now. I think we just need to move forward with this. This is a very short-term thing, and that would be my motion, is to appoint Mr. Chapman to serve until we find a replacement. So that's the motion that I'm putting out.
Okay.
Chad, if I may. And maybe this is just really bad form, but like, what if, how do we gauge if anybody else in the district would like to serve in that role of interim?
As interim?
Or maybe we just got to make a decision and go.
My feeling is,
Excuse me, you
yeah.
should second the motion.
yeah, someone's got to second it, right?
Yeah,
I'm
and then
sorry,
you
what's the
can
motion?
discuss.
For
I'm
Chapman,
lost.
for Kevin Chapman is interim until
I'm just going
we
on
move
what,
to another one.
right,
So,
I'm going on what Mr.
yes,
Right.
missprayed it, but nobody has seconded it yet. Can I second? I'll second.
You can.
All right, so now we're up for discussion. So now your discussion
No,
of-
you can discuss it. That's
Um,
what I was trying to get to.
And I
earlier.
apologize that this is not, this is just a new spot to be in, honestly. But like, what if there were, like one of our deputies, for example, or somebody on the cabinet team that would like to step up into that role? I'm just,
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
don't want to,
No,
I
I
just don't
agree.
want to rush it.
I don't want to. If to me, I do think there are people sitting in this room that could probably apply and be high up on it. So I don't want to jade that ultimate decision based on we're putting them in an interim for a month.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. I understand completely. Yeah.
I want it to be an evaluation of your whole body at work, not necessarily, oh, hey, I've been an intern for the last month and I'm trying to be moving on to be permanent, and we're judging them on that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This gives us equal playing field.
But we've got a motion, we've got a second. Any other discussion about this vote? And we'll vote on this, and then if it doesn't pass, we'll move forward to something else.
Chair, I got a point of order. That was Mr. Vogel, and he said he does not want to be considered.
Oh,
Okay.
well, there you go.
Okay.
That helps. Thank you.
So we've
sir.
got a motion and a second on this. Let's vote on this, and if this doesn't go, we'll move on. So let's go ahead and vote on the motion to appoint Mr. Kevin Chapman as acting superintendent to serve until a new superintendent is hired. And then I want to talk about that next, and then
I do
we'll.
too.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
we were going to do a public comment.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
Well, my vote didn't go through anyways. All right. We'll do a public
What is
comment. There's no sign-ups, so it doesn't really matter. If anybody wants to come up and give a public comment, certainly can. Do you have a clock ready for 3 minutes, or you want me to do it? Anybody wants to come up? Mr. Chapman, I see in the back. If you want to reject this, you can. I appreciate if you don't. All right, so I see no public comment. So let's go ahead and vote on the motion to appoint Mr. Kevin Chapman as acting superintendent to serve until a new superintendent is hired. And I'm a yes.
There you go.
Oh, it's me. I'm
Charlie,
sorry. I
we're
thought I
waiting
had.
on you.
Sorry. There we go.
All right, so that motion passes 5-0. Next order of business would be, obviously, as we now have a interim, is we probably need to have a motion to authorize myself and the board attorney to negotiate employment terms with Mr. Chapman. And if you want to add on that, what that actually would look like in that amendment.
I think you've stated the motion correctly. Authorize the chair and the board attorney to negotiate employment agreement with Mr. Chapman for interim superintendent, which would come back to the board for final approval. But we would negotiate the terms of the agreement.
And
And
do you want to elaborate what those terms look like? It's like
It's basically just a supplement of compensation.
okay,
nothing
And-
changing to anything else.
okay, right.
Well, yeah, we don't even have a motion on the floor. Like nobody's even motioned that yet. So you can definitely ask him a
Okay.
question,
No,
or
I'll
we
wait
can
till
go to
I'll
motion
wait till we have a motion.
and second it.
Okay,
But-
I'll make the motion if you want. Make a motion to authorize the chair to work with our board attorney to negotiate term with the new interim superintendent, Mr. Kevin Chapman.
So spray motioned. I don't see it on.
I don't know if
my
she
grant
got it.
This is all messed up, so it don't matter.
Did you?
Motion to authorize the chairman and board attorney to negotiate the employment terms with Mr. Chapman for interim superintendent that will come back to the board for approval.
Perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
So that's a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I
I
guess
get
I
it.
motioned it.
Again, Attorney Dye, forgive me, because this is, no, it's just been so long that I forget how this works contract-wise. So this is not, Mr. Chapman will not be under, well, it would be, would it be an amended employment contract that would cover the time that he's serving as interim? Or would his previous employment, I mean, I guess that's what you guys can negotiate, but how does that normally work?
It's a standalone agreement that just sets forth the compensation as interim superintendent. As an existing employee, they keep their benefits.
Oh, yeah, of course, sure.
Okay.
And it just sets forth the understanding between the parties of matters such as the superintendent is on call 24 hours a day, unlike a regular employee, and just goes through those specialized terms.
Okay.
And the dollar amount is the supplemental.
And there's a bump in salary too.
Okay, well, I mean,
And then
So
we would
that part
cancel
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and Mr. Chapman, I apologize, this has to be discussed, your personal business has to be discussed like this openly, but,
Yeah.
It'd be public record anyway.
So it's a little standalone
and that
employment agreement.
And that standalone, once the new superintendent is hired, that standalone goes
It
away and
terminates
he
automatically,
reverts
yes.
back to his existing employment contract.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clear up, thank you.
And I can send the board a generic agreement that we've used in the past, if you just want to see that.
That'd be helpful, thank you.
Right.
All right, so we've got a motion. We've got a second. So let's go ahead and vote. Or any other discussion? Sorry, board.
No, I'm good.
I just want to make the comment for people that might be watching, and I'm fiddling with my phone. I was texting back and forth with Dr. Vogel.
Okay.
So that people don't think I'm trying to do something. Because that's happened, right?
Yeah, yeah.
People, oh, what are you doing with your phone during a meeting? I was just,
Yeah.
and so I was trying to do what Mr. Dye got verbally. I was trying to do with him.
I figured. Yeah, no worries.
Just so people know why I was fiddling with my phone. Because I usually don't during meetings. Anyway, that's it.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and vote on the motion in front of us. I'm a yes.
And for public awareness,
And that,
your yeses aren't being recorded electronically because you've got technical.
yeah, what
Difficult.
she's put it in.
Right, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make that
So
clear.
that's a 5-0 passes there.
Right.
So board, the only thing I would like to talk about and suggest before probably recess, and we've obviously got the shade at 2:30. I think Friday, we probably will add what's the next steps, right? So
Advertise.
at the workshop, what do we, how do we want to proceed with the search, et cetera, and some of our ideas. So we'll discuss that. I'll discuss that with Mr. Chapman, and we'll get back. But just to let you guys know that'll probably be added. At least I would like for it to be added.
Yeah.
So it's not just out there lingering that we're doing this, that we're moving forward. So if you guys are okay with that, I mean, we're pretty much done with this.
I do.
This
wanna say
particular
something.
special meeting.
I do want to say.
Yeah, I'll go around so everybody can
Right,
say
right.
something before we recess
Okay.
to then be back here at 2:30. So yeah, go ahead, whoever wants to start.
Okay. I want to say to everybody who's listening and to anyone who might be interested in coming to our district and serving as superintendent, we have a lot of talent. We've had a lot of talent that was in this room before the vote. We have talent in the room after the vote. I think that interim is a good choice to allow that talent to consider if they want this next step in their career. Today was a hard day. It's been hard for me since the April 29th meeting. But there was issues that led up that just put me over the edge on the April 29th meeting. I wish Dr. Weissong the best. I think he has a lot of talents. I see the good in everyone. And I hope that the feedback he got today, he can take with him. And it's just going to make him a better leader wherever he lands. I want to thank the board attorney that's not sitting there now for all the calls he took from me over the past 6 months, basically, on things that I had concerns about. But again, we can't talk to each other. I had no idea how people feel. I had no idea about some of the concerns Mr. Kennedy brought up today. And Ms. Felton, Heather, this is part of the role, sadly, is the hard votes. And we get through them, and we'll work together moving forward. That's how this works. We're not going to please everybody all the time. But what we are here to do is be a service to our district, our students, the good and the bad. And sadly, we have to take some of the bad. And sometimes the bad's really bad. So I didn't take this decision lightly at all. Just like I didn't take candidate number 18 2 years ago, which was Dr. Weissong. I didn't take that decision lightly either. Ask my husband, files everywhere. And I won't take the next superintendent's applicant. That decision won't be just okay, I know who I want, I know what it is. There's too much talent out there. So anybody that's out there thinking that we're dysfunctional, we're not. Our numbers are going up. All of our, we're meeting benchmark after benchmark. I think there's things that we can improve on. And I think that the next permanent superintendent, I think we'll have a different communication channel. I know I will be a better wingman, as you say. But I just want everyone to know that this decision was very difficult. And obviously for Ms. Felton it was too. So that's all I want to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, you had something?
Sorry, I just got sidetracked by an email. Yeah, I just, is this an appropriate time to talk about the search? Because I think there is a sense, and maybe not because we have a 2:30 meeting, but at minimum, well, I'll just put this in its proper place. It can wait a day, but, or till Friday. But I think we should get the ball rolling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I would like to do that Friday. We know leaving Friday workshop, like we're moving forward with something.
Yeah.
All right. But that's a workshop. Would it take an action item to? Would it?
Yeah, I mean.
Attorney Penley, if I may. Attorney Penley, do you believe that would take an action item to initiate a search?
Once you get to the point of reaching a contract, yes.
No, but I mean, like,
but
initiating the possible expense.
To open
of
up
the
a search. I don't know if we need to.
Well, you'll need to have exploration of what kind of contracts you could be looking at. That'll have to be brought to you. You know, that doesn't take board action, but then once the contract is put on the table, you would need to take action at that time.
Okay, so so if we want to discuss the parameters of what a search would look like, it would be proper to do that in a workshop.
You could give direction to that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Was that it?
Yep.
Ms. Kennedy, was that it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Anybody else?
I will.
Okay.
Just wanted to say thank you for everybody for listening to my thoughts. I'm really tired, so it's leaking out my eyeballs. Pardon me. And I don't want anybody in the public to think there's animosity. I have no animosity for my fellow board members in any of this. And just wanted to say that I'm ready to move forward and hope that we can work together to find an appropriate fit.
You too, Heather.
Thanks.
I will say, I just wanted to let Dr. Weissong know that he left it better than he found it. So congratulations on that.
Yeah. I told Dr. Weissong many times the last several weeks. He's a great person, and I think he'll do really well. And I want him to. And I want him to succeed and be successful. And shoot, if we can help in that in any way, I would. So, board, thank you. We're going to adjourn this until, was it 2:30 or 2:45?
It's 2:30.
2:30 and 2:03. All right, so we are done till 2:30. So we're officially adjourned.
So we are on.